Good morning. We're heading towards afternoon. So we just had to quickly switch the program because our tour took a lot longer than it was meant to. So instead of three presentations today, what we're going to do is we're going to have two. We'll just adjust it as we go, you know. So tomorrow we'll adjust it. We'll just make an announcement in the morning, and then we'll just try to do everything a bit quicker tomorrow. So we'll try to make sure that everyone recognizes the bus tomorrow. So we are all here at 8 and we start, you know, so we don't get lost. So anyway, so what we are going to do now is we are going to listen to Mama Tui, Teboho Buntu. She is a community educator and a practitioner within African-centered knowledge and healing. She coordinates learning journeys, seminars, workshops, ceremonies, and engagements focusing on African identity, self-development, holistic living, conflict resolution, generational trauma counseling, and awakening people's intuition. Could we just clap quickly for Mamati, my lovely sister, Metebo Ubuntu. Please bless us. Raleboa.
Bagaetsho dumela. A le tsogile. Re ka botsa rona. Thank you so much, Program Director. And thank you so much for the college. Thank you so much, Dr. Seti, for the invitation. And thank you for the coordinators, the team that you are working with. It's been a very interesting week since we arrived here until today. It's also even interesting. I hope that from the tour that everyone has taken, they got some that it was their first time here, they got to understand where are we right now. And that comes with so many things that again we have to still deal with in our mind, in our spirit, in our emotions to be in this place like this. So, Raleboga. We'll start as we normally start. Raleboga mosong wa gompieno re leboga le godimo le legolo rara le badimo ba ba kgobokaneng khutlonne ya lefatshe. Re leboga ketelo ya tseo tsotlhe tse re di dirang. Re kopa ka nako tsotlhe mme lona le nna le rona lo re etela pele le re bule maikutlo ditlhaloganye le mo go tsotlhe tse re di dirang. Re leboga ditšhono tsotlhe tse re ntseng re di bona mme re kopa gore ka nako tsotlhe re tie badimo ba lesedi badimo ba ba thusang mme bone ba ba nang le rona ka nako tsotlhe ba re gopotse tse re tshwanetse re di dire le ka mokgwa re tshwanetse re di dire ka teng. Re a leboga. As they have introduced me, my name is Teboho Buntu. I'm a director of Ebukosini Solution. Ebukosini Solution is a community-based organization based in Johannesburg. We run this organization with my husband, Baba Buntu. Its focus is in African-centered education. We have different programs that we do, workshops, seminars. We have a community library. Oh, sorry, one step. We have a community library. We do counseling and consultancy. In the programs that we are doing, we have different programs that when we do them, in most cases, we are looking at the community that we are we are part of, and we see the challenges that they have, and we always get to hear a lot of people complaining that we talk, but there's nothing that we do in practice. And we forget that sometimes, even to practice, to be on the ground, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of challenge, it's a lot of devotion. But because some of these things we don't, I don't know, we choose them or they choose us, but we end up that someone has to do something. So most of the work that we do it because partly we got tired to complain. You know, we complain a lot about what is not happening, and someone will ask, so who has to do it? Why are you not doing it? So in the different programs that we do, we have programs for men because we are looking at the challenges that black men have right now in our society and the things that they go through and what those things mean to them. And we also have the program for women. This morning I was sharing with Ntate Sesanti that, you know, there are some things that yesterday's session make us talk a lot about so many other things. And one of the things that we were just saying that we have to create spaces where certain things we need to be able to discuss them as only us. Because even also as us, as black people, as African people, we still have our own challenges of other things that we don't understand. And we need to get a space that we can breathe in without being judged or have to answer. Sometimes we don't know, we don't even have answers. But sometimes when we create spaces, we have, those spaces become also healing spaces. So what I'm going to share with you here, it is from the sessions that I do, the workshop and the seminar that I do around women issues, African women issues. And it is through the program that we have called it Kandaka Women Initiative. Another part that I wanted to share is that I'm a member of the Amenra Institute, which it's an organization that it looks at the issues of African spirituality, the science in spirituality and spirituality into science. And right now we know that we are challenged about even how to articulate our own spirituality. Even when you talk about African spirituality, one of the quickest things that does come is that it's a sangoma. And we'll forget that African cosmology, it's a lot and it's a science. And by that science, it needs a lot of work that we need to be able to understand. How is it a science and how do we make it practical and relevant to ourselves where we find ourselves right now? Another part of the presentation that I'm going to do today, it is based on my personal journey, my own experience as someone who's been trained in different indigenous healing training. And that's why I want to thank those who are taking me through the process, people like Mama Eshla Macheke, who is my teacher, and also different elders that are in my path. I mean, today's session, I really dedicated to one of the elders in the Northwest, the Rakadi Mutlabi. She's the one who brought me the understanding the rite of passage and initiation, which was something that was challenging for me to even understand what it means. And unfortunately, she passed away last year. So this is part of my honoring the path and the journey that she took me through it for me to understand certain things that I did not understand. And I had to do that because when I was having this void inside of me, I could not explain what it is. And it was only just to go and sit with some of these elders and ask them about what does it really mean to be a woman? What is their understanding of being a woman from that perspective as elders, and that are still having other processes that they are doing, healing work with women. And also other women that I took the journey with them for more than 3 years, just not do anything. You know, sometimes you have to pause, especially if you want to relearn, unlearn, and start to understand certain things, because you cannot even learn other things when your hard drive is still full of other information. So I needed to go and change my hard drive and have a new software. You know how it works with the phone. When you have a new software that is not being upgraded, your phone starts to jam. So I was jammed. The software that I was having, it was no longer working for me. So I have to take 3 years, like sit and ask questions differently. And that's why for me it was a good thing to meet up with those elders, that you just go to their places and they just look at you like, what do you want? I said, I don't know what I want. Why are you here? I don't know. And it's a very interesting thing, because they know what we want, but because we also have closed them out, they're scared of us. And also they don't even know how to engage with us, because we want to know, but we don't also want to let go. So we want them to add in already our confusion. And they're like, but there's no space. So those women were very kind to open themselves for me. So this presentation, it is not going to be based on a lot of sightings to say, according to who in this, who said that, and therefore I don't agree with Fanon when in 1956 in Benin was saying that, and therefore this is what I'm saying. It's just going to be based on my personal reflection. My deepest desire is that one day I will turn this experience now into a study, into an empirical study with more evidence, so that it can hold a particular weight and it can fit in different spaces. You know, Gloria was just shouting at us since Monday. You are talking, but are you writing these things that you know? Because if you don't write them, you are going to complain. That is the long-term plan for me. But sometimes you can just go and write when you haven't also allow yourself to learn, because you are going again to impose the same thing that you still have that garbage. So it's garbage in, garbage out. So now I'm just going to share from those experiences. The topic, when Vuyo, am I calling you right, or I'm crossing the lines here, Dr. Seti? Sometimes you do mistakes. When Sis Vuyo sent me an invitation and just give me the topics, and I went through them, and I quickly just say, rite of passage is the one that I want to talk about. And when I dropped the phone, I said, what did I get myself into? So the topic that I want to share with you, and I want you to be part of, it is rite of passage and the attainment of personhood. And I titled it, like my mom always just say, Moto wa betlwa. To be a human is to be shaped. It's like you are becoming. Moto wa betlwa. So this is some of the interesting things that you start to learn, that when we use our language, we start to tap into the cosmology. We start to tap into other understanding, because our people knew. That's why they will just have the same. To be a person, you go through the process of becoming a person. So you need to be taken through those processes of that you can say, Ke motho. And the person said, how did you become motho? Then you can say through this process. And this is, for me, my understanding, what rite of passage are processes of helping us to become into a real person, motho. That is why it's easy to say, you know, when you stay in the village, when you enter, the first question that I ask, what, even your behavior, they ask you, even right now, that is why even in our space of operation, I always hear, even when people fight in the office, like, wait, we lose our humanness, and that spirit has got sort of like out of us. it's separated, it's all over. It's not there, it's not intact. So what I want to do, I want to do this presentation in a different way. I ask for your permission that you do this presentation with me. Am I getting your permission? Are you agreeing? I don't want to hear tomorrow people telling me about epistemic violence that has taken place because someone did not ask for our permission to do something and therefore. So I'm asking permission that we do this presentation together. Community work because we want to walk, we want to feel the space, we want to sit here. It's like I'm jailed, I'm even in the corner. I cannot even feel myself. So let's work together here. I'm going to ask questions, and when I ask this question, we'll interact, okay? My first question is, in this room, how many people have been initiated? Come on, be free. It's us. We have been together for initiated. Yeah, put your hand up. Put your hands up in the air and wave them like you don't care. Initiated. Just initiated. Just how many people in this room have been initiated? I'm not going to tell you what it is because it's something that I will take it that part of you somewhere knows what that could be. So it's just that. How many of you have been initiated? Okay. Thank you. How many of you, okay, we can take our hands down. Sisi. Kaloko. Down. Thank you. The second question. How many of you in this room have been baptized? Okay. The second one, how many of you in this room have gone through the process of confirmation? How many of you have been confirmed? Have gone through the process of being confirmed? How many of you in this room are married? But wait, so let's think confidence. I think you want the girl. You ask people, how many of you have been married? Am I getting into like, this one did not know that I'm married. Now they will know. I'm exposing you. Show your hands up. Married. Oh. How? Okay. Another one. How many of you in this room have children? Two. With one confidence, children, married. People are not sure about where they are. It's like that status of Facebook, complicated. And then another one in this room. How many of those that are women in this room, they have their periods, menstruation? Having for now, not today, like in your life. Okay. And those maybe that are in menopause. Okay. Oh, come on. We are home. We are family. So don't feel like, people are menopause. Banjajaya no. You know? How many of you in this room they're having sex, they have had sex, Wait, you know what is interesting about this one? Shh. You know what is interesting about one? I ask, how many of people in this room have children? How many of people have sex? I thought the story of Mary was just a mythology. It's real. I thought it was something of the past. Like, oh wow, so it's a real story. Mary really got pregnant without sleeping with someone. Guys, how many of you here have sex or had sex? Or now there's... Okay, love making. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, the terms. Love making. I know, again, in Nagoriyo, some now they feel like, yo, people will see that I'm a virgin. and I'm at the university. What does that say about me? Okay, another one. This is that was my last one. Now, okay, so now I wanted to go into this one. In your own just reflection, not taking it too academic, what is your understanding of initiation or rite of passage? Let's just, what is an initiation? What is a rite of passage? Do we have another mic, or I have to use this one?
So that I can remember. No, I was just saying in simple terms. I was.
Oh, you want this mic? Oh, you have a mic?
Thank you so much, Tebogo. According to me, my understanding, initiation, that's why I raised my hand. I thought I was initiated after menstruating. Then the elderly thought, said to me, you are ready now to be prepared, to get married. And I was taken away for a week, and then with sisters, training more now to take care of a man and whatever, and how to take care of myself. And then after a week, and then we had a party, people came with gifts, and so that's what I thought initiation was in my life.
Thank you, Mehmet. My own understanding of initiation is going through a period of learning where you come out with a different perspective and also come out feeling different in your being. And then you asked about the rite of passage. Crossing over to something that you'll never go back to, like as girl, moving from being a girl to a woman, getting a menstruation, you'll never go back to not having a period or not having had that experience. Yeah.
I will talk about two different kinds of initiations that are like they divide our life path. And I will talk about passage rituals that I did myself. One of them was when I was 33 years old, a long time ago. And I went to the bigger Quilombo and resistance territory in Brazil called Quilombo dos Palmares. And it was in the day of my anniversary, of my birthday, that is in the day of the Black Consciousness in Brazil. So I walked there, and at the time I was born, I changed my shoes. And another situation was my gender transition. And I did this passage all my life, my whole life. But there was a very important situation, and that was the surgery of redefining my sex specifically.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I must stand up. Thank you. Okay, I'm also going to tell a short story, which I consider as my point of initiation. I come from Tuba Tuba, which is the northern part of KZN. So there were only one university there, and that university did not offer the arts that I wanted to study. So I had to go to University of Natal at that time, which is now called the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So when I got there, it was the first time I was in the same class with white people. All my life I'd been taught in isiZulu, but obviously even biology was taught in sort of isiZulu. so basically I didn't know English, how to even hear different accents from different parts of the country. So my first day, I took my books, ran to a lecture hall. So you have to take a lift up. That early morning lecture is normally the full one. And you know, you rush and you have your map. It's a huge campus. So I went to this block called S blocks. It takes you up to like 5th floor. I know that my first lecture was on the 4th floor. So I was almost the last person to squeeze into the lift. And I happened to stand just next to those buttons that you press. And the lift was not working properly. So I went in there. That lift is full of white students from, I imagine, Hilton College and Curo and all of that. So I pressed 4. The lift closed a bit and it opened. And I pressed 4 again. It did the same. It closed a bit and it opened. And the student, I heard the voice, female white voice, student behind me saying, press and hold. And it didn't register to me at that time. I pressed again. It did the same and it opened. And she started like sounding a bit irritated. And she said, press and hold. And again, it didn't register. When I was about to press for like 5th time or 6th time, I saw this hand coming from behind me. It pressed the lift and hold. And the lift went up. And that was my point of initiation. Like into blackness. This is what Fanon called the point of blackness, when you realize that you are black. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. For me, initiation. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, no. For me, initiation. Okay, when I was still growing up, initiation mainly like just bungaka fela, like maybe transitioning to busangoma or whatever. But now, as I was growing, I realized that transition is, initiation is actually transitioning from one faith to another, or one belief to another. That is my concept, initiation.
just taking from where Sister Mercy left, through and through, born and raised within the Christian faith, through the water ritual of baptism, which was symbolic of the death and rebirth. So then symbolically, immersion into water with the full body covered till the head as symbolic of death, which I now am able to understand what I was dying to. And then being reborn into, so that symbolism for me, I was being initiated into. Thank you.
So much for, oh, okay, wow. I didn't see any hand. I thought now, enough with initiation now. Can we get academic here?
You can't take us out and put us back.
No, we are not. Okay,
so I wanted to share what I've been, I think in my head I've been initiated now 3 times. The first, my period was late, so at 15, when I had my first period, I was set down and I was taught how to take care of myself during that period. Fortunately for me, it didn't talk anything about men or marriage. It was, now you're a girl, so this is how you wash yourself properly during this period. This is what you do with your implements, your pads and whatnot. You put them here, you tie your plastic bag here, and you put it there so that people don't see it. I'm the eldest at home, so I didn't have any issues with brothers finding my things, but still I had a little sister, so this is what you take care, how you take care of your body during that time. So obviously it's going to go down to, this is how you now sit, this is how you now, just so that you are sort of initiated into girlhood, right? Secondly, I was initiated into motherhood as well. So each time I've had one of the 5 children that I have, I've had a period of 10 days where you don't leave the room. And this is when your mother or mother-in-law sits with you and teaches you how to take care of the baby. I've had 5 children. So I've had 50 days of sitting in that room with my mother or my mother-in-law. The first 2 children was my mother. The third and fourth were my mother-in-law. The 5th was my mother, which was like 2021. So I've been a mother, of course, but each time I've had a child, one of them is going to come and sit with me for that 10 days and teach me how to take care of that child. Because children are seen to be quite different, right? So I always get initiated into mothering that child, not children, okay? And then 5th, I was also initiated into wifehood. So when I got married, there's a period where before they take you to your in-laws, they sit with you, the women in your family. They sit with you and they teach you what it means to be a wife. In fact, even when you get to your in-laws' house, they still sit with you. The women of that family still sit with you and teach you how it is to be a woman in that family. Fortunately for me, it wasn't a matter of you now are a subservient woman who must now bow at the feet of your husband. It was a matter of learning partnership, living with somebody, being with somebody full-time, and so on and so forth, and raising the children in unison, right? So, yeah, that was my 3 initiations.
Thank you. And now you see the beauty of this. I've known Voyo for a long time, but because we don't create space, we don't even have to talk about us and see us and understand our journeys and our processes of life and what we go through. So basically for me, this exercise is just to say, there's no one who's never been initiated. All of us in different ways. But now because the question is, what are you initiated into, by who, under which context? Because even if we say that we have never been initiated, we have been made to think that when we think of initiation, it's just to be a healer. But you go through all these processes in life that initiate you to go into another step of your life. Some they are not good, some they are good, but each and every person has been initiated. When I ask that, how many of you here have been baptized? But when I said, how many of you have been initiated? I don't know, what is that? And that's the thing. Who taught you that? And this is important that we always question whatever that we know, where did we learn it from? Who taught us? From which lens that come from? Because most of the time, we even find ourselves shunning those that we say that they have been initiated as healer, and not forgetting that you are also being initiated in other processes, but you see yourself that you are someone who's never been initiated. But because there's this stigma, this darkness that still sit in our psyche of understanding what even initiation is and what it represents in my life, in our life, and why we have to go through that process of initiation. I will just share quickly here. According to Ra Unefer Amen, the rite of passage or initiation are a process of awakening and developing dormant talents and faculties of your spirit. When Sis Vuya was sharing that, when her first experience of being a girl, it's awakening other aspect of her to become now into another state. So the process of initiation, they are always meant to be that. And the question is, right now where we find ourselves, especially with the confusions of all the processes that we go through, how many parts of our spirit are still dormant, and they are not working with us to understand even who we are and what we're supposed to be. And even if the type of, like I was saying, that the type of initiation that we go through, what are those? Because we went through a lot of a rite of passage of westernization. That one, it's like, it's our center right now. And that's why most of the time we said we need a cleansing. That process, yeah, the colonial and Western ideologies, worldview, understanding, because they are still sitting and dormant into our own other spirit. I don't know if people have watched this movie, Get Out. You know, it's a nice movie of just seeing. It's like we are here, we are operating with something here. They sunk your spirit in, and most of the time, this is what we are struggling with. Like we can see ourselves that we're supposed to go somewhere, but we cannot. And the only way that you can come out of that sunk consciousness, it is through going through initiation. You cannot just go without allowing yourself to go through that process that will help you to now understand yourself in your fullest without running with another person's hard drive into your background, into your subconscious that guides you what you're supposed to be. Malindoba added that the rite of passage is a process of cultivating a spirit of being one and whole being. Because when something in your heart has been locked away for a long time, that individual can barely remember the source. And you are dead, but you are alive. Because part of you is no longer working with you. Part of your spirit that's supposed to guide you, it is not there. Even the decisions that you are making them from the space of not being connected with the whole of you. And Nehosi reminded us that in an Asian African cosmology and cosmogony, life was to ensure that we do not forget who we are. You know, I work with a lot of people, and most of the time when you just meet people, when they are going through so many challenges in their life, they will just say, I want to know my purpose. And in African setting, those were not the questions that people had. Because from the beginning, already, you will know your purpose because there will be processes that are put in place for you to not forget what are you here for. And I think if you can look at Malidoma's book also on Of Water and Spirit, he explained it very, very nicely in the Dagara culture. That when a child is born, there will be a healer that comes into a ceremony. That healer will connect with the spirit of the child in the mother's womb. Yeah, I see now, like, yo, what is that? They are starting with our voodoo. Yes, we do it. We connect with that spirit in the womb. And When you connect with that spirit, it will tell through the healer who is coming back in the family. And what is that person here for? And if it go even deeper, that spirit, when it comes through the healer, tells that who is coming is who and who and who, and this person is here to do this. Even if that spirit, it can even tell the family its soul song. That this is the song for me. When I got born, when I forget who I am, sing this song for me. And when they sing that song, that's when you remember your purpose. But our challenge right now, because we have lost all those processes, we are keep on asking ourselves, what is our purpose? The sad thing is that we don't even have family members that's supposed to help us with awakening that part of ourselves. And all these things, that is why the importance when you say, as African people, we are a collective. Each and every person in the family, they must be able to know what is their role, and in their role, they must be able to make sure that they assist. That is why as institutions, I will just give you an example that when you hear that you have issues and they say that I don't know if you know, you take this person to their uncle, the uncle from the mother's side, to go and give them a cleansing. And the cleansing, it doesn't mean it doesn't have to have herbs. But it is the cosmology and the cosmology of African spirituality understanding that the role that Malome plays, it's a healing role of the feminine. Already Malome, just to be born, already, it's a healer of the family. But now because we have lost this, one of the challenges that we have, we end up going and outsource the services that we are not supposed to outsource to the healers, because all the healing places that are there in our family. Our family structure, each and every person, each and every role that they play, they are playing a healing a role of creating harmony and balance. But the problem is that what we are challenged with right now, and this is why every time things are falling apart, because when it comes to even the family, you don't even care when you fight what are the long-term repercussions of that fight that you have that is going to cost your children. When you don't even speak with your brother. When Rakadi is not even there. Rakadi is not, the role of Rakadi, as Oyoronke has reminded us that in an African understanding, our understanding of gender is about the function, not about the sex. Rakadi is the masculine energy. It holds that space to bring that part. And we know that we are struggling with it a lot right now in our families, because most of the children, they don't even have the fathers in their life. You can imagine right now that Rakadi is not even there to help them, to open the way for them. And that is why when we say that in African worldview, spirituality is part of our life with every day. Whatever that we do, we are in the spiritual realm. It's not something that we go to. We always live with it every day. That's why all these family members, when they are there, each and every one is holding a position of power and spirituality that has to lead them. And for me, I'm just saying this and bringing this back to here, because that is why sometimes even the challenges that we fight in our faculties, in our workspace, we forget that it is the same dysfunctionality that we come with from our own homes. Because in our home homes, we don't even have the strong foundation of already the system that is set and solid. That's why no one means anything to you. And then we use those terms because they serve like, you know, the workplace is toxic, but where are the people? Batobakai. Where are the people? Because when the people are there in their power, from where they come from, when they come into the workplace, they could continue with the same process of creating harmony and unity. But because they come from the background that are already disunified, they don't care. And then when we use this term, they sound very powerful and very loud. It's a toxic place. And the question is that, what are we doing? Because now it takes us back to where it started, in our homes. So the understanding is that to be an ancestor is always second to divinity. And I know that when we talk about ancestors, people just get scared. And we should not forget that, again, we did not just wake up and choose to be scared of even that term ancestors. It was put on us so that we are scared, and when we are scared of it, we are just letting others to come and take it. Personally, I'm tired of always being in the spaces where now you are with white women. You know, my ancestors are saying that. My ancestors say this. And when you come to when it's us, you say, your ancestors, you can say that. We cannot even have that open discussion with clarity and understanding. And for me, that's one of the things that maybe before we even get scared, because we do not just to choose to be scared, we have to ask questions differently. But when you talk about the ancestors, what are you talking about? What does it even mean? Because not everyone becomes an ancestor that guides. It is how you live your life right now that you prepare yourself in the spirit what you become. So don't just take it that you will just die and then it will be like, yeah. You live now as God and goddesses, so that even when you die, you can be a messenger. Not everyone just get free will. Oh no, you are dead now. We send you. Those are the ancestors that create confusion. They even cause trouble in our life. And that's why even we have to understand even the protocol that when you engage with your ancestors, how you engage with them. Because you cannot just call the whole group, because they are sitting there always waiting for that. And then now you just say, I'm working with my ancestors, but which ones? Which ones? Because there's no way that you can work with your ancestors, but when you look at life like, wow, already, because we have to understand, because you need to be guided in how you are just living. Right now, it is how you know that even in the spirit you are going to be. So you are cautioning yourself all the time, because we don't want those ancestors that are angry ancestors, because they did not live well here. And I'm just taking it back. It is even into account in each and everything, from home to where we are. We can't be having this thing that we're having right now of separating our home and the workplace, because everything is interconnected and interrelatedness. And everyone has to do it in different places at different times. So for me, those are some of the things that those rite of passages, they help you with even those initiation to open up yourself to where you are, who you are, and how you have to be, and what are you doing it for. Because even right now, when we are working with our ancestors that lived well and in truth, we have to ask them, how did we get colonized really? And what should we do? Because sometimes it's a challenging thing that what is that they also were blinded to, that also put us where we find ourselves. And when we don't ask this question, I always just say that sometimes when we're also now into this space of power about what has been done to us, maybe we have to also to ask the question, what is that was also open in our system, that it created all these other things to seep in. You know, when you just also just deal, it's like being in an abusive relationship. You say, well, this guy, she's doing this, and like, but how did you end up here? What happened? Because the importance of taking responsibility, it helps you with also to see where your shortfalls are so that you correct. So the difference between rite of passage and initiation, when you are initiated, you go through a particular rite of passage. The main role of being initiated is marking a process of acceptance in a group or society. Maybe the question is that the initiation that you have gone through, what was it marking a acceptance into which group and which society? Like I said, everyone has been initiated. Maybe everyone can just think from all the initiation that they have gone through, what that process was making them to go in, to be part of which group and which society. Huh? Okay, yes.
Oh, I'm supposed to stand up. I was telling people to stand up. Uxolo. So when I spoke about, when you raised the question about initiation, Mamati,
Yes.
and we laughed a bit like in the back, and I was like, we are here in this academy and we're initiated. So I walked through that stage. So I am initiated. And how were we initiated into this academy? You had to cite. I had to roll my R's so that I'm able to show that I understand the principles of engaging in this academy. So I was then initiated through that. And that's my initiation.
Oh.
And living in the R's.
Yes. So the rite of passages and initiation, they differ from culture to culture. People, they have different processes that they do. And they can also be similarities. And I will take it back to one of the sessions that we shared earlier when we start. I'm going to name you. Kimankan. No, that lady who was saying that, I cannot be doing tokoza. Yeah. And there can be similarities. And that's the thing, because we have been made to think of ourselves into a very small part of who we are. And forget that we have a long history of so many connections. And in a South African setup where migration, immigration, and all these things has happened, it has twisted so many understanding in us that to just claim that I am this, what you see here, sometimes it's like, no, maybe just take a pause. Because you can find that you have so many layers of you, and that is why the Tokoza will come. And now it scares you because now you have been just looking at yourself as Motswana and then now as not Motswana. And sometimes what is said about when we do that, and we just share that, but when you go and go into other processes that are not African based, we don't ask, we don't start saying that I'm Motswana. But we only do that when we do it on ourselves. And those are some of the things that it created the same long system of divide and rule. So we are unconsciously sometimes fitting in the same system that wanted us to see us where we are. And maybe now when we started to change how we even ask questions, this is how we can also defeat it in a different way. That you are not going to sit and just be held back about what you have now been made to think of yourself, and you are going to embrace something that looks like you because there's power now, because then there will be the collective that it was divided long time. So it's just the way of just how to, for me, when we decolonize and we look it in on ourselves and we do it in our practical life in a particular way. And the initiation and the rite of passage, also they help with giving the sense of belonging. And you can imagine, this is also what we feel a lot, that sense of not belonging. The sense of not belonging, you know, we struggle a lot with that sense of not belonging. And that is why sometimes, because there's this thing of, the sense of not belonging, I think, is when in the decoloniality, where the sense of the non-being, because we want to be something. And you know, some of us, and I think it just comes with something in our conscious as African people, that when you come in and you don't greet me, hey, I take it serious, like you don't see me. And like, where does it come from? If someone can just come and I just pass, you will just say, you did not even greet me. You didn't see me. And that sense of belonging, it's something that talks to your spirit that I am here. There's no way that I can live my life without being seen. It means something. And it's part of the healing of your spirit. And now that's one of the things that even when we fight in our homes and in our workplace, it is also that sense of belonging. They don't see me. They just go over me. So these processes, they help you to have that sense of belonging into something all the time. And I know one of the things when working with elders, because these are some of the challenges that even we know in the country when it comes to issue of initiation, is the issue of the secret around initiation. And sometimes we just say, no, what secret is this? Why are they keeping secret? Why do we think they're keeping secret? I'm opening it up to the floor. Why initiation has to be a process that kept secret? Or is it even secret or sacred? Why? But why that is important for the process? The academics, what is going on? We are listening. Why is it important for initiation to be a secret and sacred process?
Good morning, colleagues. In my view, I think firstly, for the whole process to be sacred, it's for the fact that it be kept with the roots of the culture. And then for it to be kept sacred, it's for those that are still coming to the initiation, not to know about what to expect, so that they have this idea that I want to do initiation, but they don't know what to expect. So I think that is the main reason. And also that in culture, something that is kept a secret, it's something that carries value throughout. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just greet Tumela. So, I think from Agreva Rain Academy, so furthermore, in addition, so it's a copy and paste. So they try to avoid that if I know what's going to happen, what's going to take place. So there's no need for me to be initiated because automatically I have kind of tried to copy and paste what is done. So you know everything there. And then the other thing will be in terms of trying to protect our legacy, trying to make sure that what is shared may, according to myself, according to Masedi, will say then that's how they colonized us because we were giving out everything. So now they say to us, now we say, okay, for us to preserve our own initiations, for us to know ourselves, so we need to keep on passing it kind of secretly. So we make sure that we respect it, we protect it so that it's a valuable kind of diamond.
I was thinking about something that relates to the source of power and the source of life, and that opening up yourself to reveal the secret of your being can also open up. You can open up to other energies that may either come for your destruction. So in a way, that speaks to the essence of my being and what I'm symbolic of. And what I'm symbolic of will always be protected because it's a definition on which I stand on. It could be that.
Thank you. Finally, it came to you.
one of the things I've been battling with is this idea of the need to keep things hidden. And so, for me, my focus has always been on occult knowledge and occult practices, and occult being information, but the word itself meaning that which is hidden. And for me, when things are left in the dark is when the greatest of evils happen. And especially when we look at, there's the good side of African spirituality, but there's also the bad side of Buloyi. And for me, it's like these things happen in dark. When they say you mustn't go see a sangoma at 1 o'clock at night, because this is when these practices happen. And there's something also very terrifying in that idea of we must keep this knowledge hidden. And just to continue that, when you mentioned that you said that we were open and they took it. Actually, no, we weren't open. They violently expropriated this information from us and took it away from us. And even to the fact that we even deny its own existence. Because remember, a lot of this African spirituality, this is a safe space, but not everywhere safe. And not many people talk about it. And so, for me, I do think we need to come and think about this. What is it exactly? What gets lost when we hide? But I also do acknowledge that there's information that is actually dangerous. It's like any knowledge. There's a reason why you don't give a first-year medical student a scalpel and take them out into the world. Because they can do damage to other people as well as themselves. So I get the practice of initiation and all of that. But I do see there's another movement that is also happening now, whereby we have sangomas, millennial sangomas are now getting onto YouTube and talking about the spiritual practice. And I think we also need to recognize that demystifying and speaking out and explaining what is it exactly that we are doing and showing the world, to show that these things are not, because remember, if we're going to hide, it's almost as if now these things must be talking about in shame. But actually, no, there's nothing to be ashamed about, because I love this knowledge, I love it, it's my history, and I do believe there is an importance in moving away from this idea that the focus of our spirituality shouldn't just be about protecting, keeping quiet, silencing. No, it should also be, we need to exchange, share knowledge, and speak about it. So I'm not saying I have the answers, but I'm saying that these are the things I am grappling with. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't want to stay. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I do not understand in what cultural context is this question asked, because it seems that it is automatically interpreted that we are speaking about African initiation and context. So that's why I found the question a little bit vague, and I said I'm going to, I found it a little bit vague because I think your question was what is secret and sacred
about initiation.
Yes, but now in other contexts, cultural contexts, there's nothing secret or sacred about it. It is open. If you know you are going to be baptized, you go through lessons. And when you go through those lessons, you then see if you are at a space where you are now no longer sinful before you marry Christ. And also I want to say, where's Prof? Is he here? I wanted to say to Prof, I'm from a school where I do not say yes for everything that professors or teachers say. I come from a school where I can say, Prof, you're wrong here, or I object, as you heard yesterday. So in this case, what I want to say is that there's no secrecy about being Christian. You get baptized, you go through the rituals. If you are no longer sinful, you no longer hate, you no longer hurt, you no longer do whatever else is wrong. You no longer steal, you don't commit adultery, and then you get baptized and you are ready for the water to marry and be with Christ. There's nothing secret about it. It's out there, it's in the open. So that's why I say we need to be careful what culture, when we in a space like this where we are not indoctrinating people, but rather decolonizing what was done wrong. We are trying here to correct. So in order for us to be here is not to be automatically indoctrinate people to say this is what we believe, this is what we do. Are we doing it all in a uniform way? So just to answer your question, there's nothing secret or sacred. The sacred part of it is the fact that you marry with Christ. You build that relationship, and Christ is not black, by the way, Prof. You marry that relationship, the relationship that you have with Christ before you get into the water, so that when you rise up, you're a new person. You no longer hate. You no longer go and fight, cause problems, cause confusion at your workplace, or do all these other ills that people are doing. You are now a new person. And you also, through your actions, you then show other people this is how it's done, and people learn from you. No, but I'm just saying, it's not a sermon. I'm trying to explain myself. I think if I was speaking in a different context, you would say, yes, hallelujah, amen. So, but in this case, what I'm saying is there is nothing secret, but the sacred part is that relationship.
Okay, we have a few hands. I just like it that people that never talk now today, they are talking. This is nice.
I want to say it depends on the type of initiation you are talking about. We have so many initiations that are taking place in South Africa, or maybe around the world. There's a need for other initiations to be kept, but no secret.
Yeah.
You know, in African Ubuntu, there's a way of saying you can't cancel me until you go through what I went through. And I think that's what's happening now. You see someone has lost their husband, then people who have never lost their husband, they go in there, they say, don't worry, it's okay, it's part of life. So African, ways of trying to cancel a person who has lost a husband, there's some initiation. They are saying for you to go into that particular person's room, you should have lost your husband, because there are specific initiations that are supposed to be done for you to go there and talk to a person. Why? Because the things that happen after losing a husband is a lot. And should I share with you what's happening, you'll be scared. So maybe that's why, some other things are kept secret until you lose a husband. Then you go through that process. So there are things that are kept out there as secret, because until you go through the process, then you learn about it. So maybe it depends on the type of initiation we're talking about. So I think we are generalizing instead of being specific to say what type of initiation are we talking about, and that is going to help us a lot. Thank you so much.
That is why I did not want to, because I know that people understand initiation differently. And therefore, everyone has to share their own opinion so that we learn from each other about the differences of what things are out there and what they mean. Because if I was also going to just choose one and everyone just feel like, but this is not how we're doing it, but every people have their own experience of what they understand what initiation is on their own context, so that they can share it with others from that point of view. So it is as much, like I said, that I use it for me as my own reflection from my own context, but others, they have their own context that they can share it. But the question, that's why it was like, why the process of initiation, there's a secret and sacred. Then you can just choose it from your point of your understanding of initiation from, is it where you are, the one that you know, the one that you understand, what is the secret and the sacred of it? So you don't even have to talk about other people's processes when you are not part of it. So for me, it's just as easy as that. And that's why it's important that we create those spaces where we can bounce ideas about all other things from where we are coming, because those are the things that, other things, we are learning them together. Melissa?
Oh, okay, it's back. All right, I'm going to try and gather my thoughts, but I would like to firstly say that just to bring back to our thinking, the themes of the summer school, which is decolonial, Afrocentric, and knowledge is otherwise. Just to foreground those and keep those at the back of our minds, that we speak to those themes of decolonial, Afrocentricity, and knowledge is otherwise. And in saying that, I would like to just state that we need to also be very careful to keep this space a safe space. because this is a space of engagement and it needs to be safe for all of us to be able to engage in what we're engaging in. And then thirdly and most finally, I don't think that there is a position of, and the word indoctrination really made me feel I had great discomfort with the word indoctrination, because we are not here with the wand. Indoctrination is what was brought to us, where we were indoctrinated into a particular way of being. We cannot speak from any position. I am African, I am black, I speak from that position first. That is the position that I speak on. And that is where I start my point from. I cannot start it from anywhere else. And in saying that, it's not that I'm not acknowledging what your experiences are, but I'm saying I speak from that. That is the experience that I speak from. And I ask that we all be given that opportunity to speak from that position that we're in, without it being marred in speculations of indoctrination or anything of that nature. We need to speak from the position that we're in. And mina ke nje ngimnyama bakwethu, niyangibona, and I will speak from that position. So can we, and just remember the themes of the summer school. That we are speaking about knowledges. We are speaking about knowledges otherwise. We're speaking about Afrocentricity. We are speaking about, decolonial knowledges. We are, let us speak from, exactly. Oh. But we will speak from there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for clarity and those reminders. So thank you for those who shared about the secret and the sacredness of the initiation space. Because going through the initiation space that we already said that it's a process of going to the unknown for that part of you to come and discover it. And for that, it's one of those processes that make you, that they can bring a particular sacredness and a particular secret, because sometimes when you go through that process, you need that space that you feel safe to go into. And the question, maybe it will be, what are the things that can be shared? Like my sister has just said, that at the same time, other things, when maybe they are not shared, they can be also things that are dangerous. And this is some of the other things that just come with any other processes. I mean, we know even when we work at Unisa, it's not like everything is in the open. There are things that are exco things. There are things that are in management. There are things that... what now? There are things that are just on the ground. Like each and every institution, each and every process, it has its own protocols. And in its protocols, there are secret and sacredness of handling things, because the dangerous thing is that when other things are shared with people that are not even matured, they can make even more danger. So therefore, me, that is understanding. And that's why when we even get into this debate, we cannot be influenced by the media when you just talk about, we don't want this initiation, and we don't even ask ourselves questions also that, is it us who say that we don't want, or is other people that don't even understand them say they don't want them? And that for me, that is one of the important parts, that before other decisions are made on our behalf, we should be able to say that when we called also just to sit and think through other things first before we can just say, yes, we don't want this, or we want it. Yeah, I keep on just Setswana because I keep it Setswana. It's a secret of you. It's like literally part of your godly self coming through out of you. So it needs that sacred space and that secrecy so that it can be able to embody itself in a proper way. But sometimes there are other things that are just being shared, because when you work with young people, they keep on just saying the elders don't want to talk. My question is, how are we even asking them? Because sometimes we want them to tell us things that the question is that, what are you going to do with it? Why we want to know certain things? We want to know them because of what? And then they keep other things, not because they don't want to share, but they are not even clear about the intention of why other people need to be shared about other things. And when we work with elders, you realize that because they have the invisible protocol, when you just come in, you just want to know, who are you? And when you just say, I'm Tebogo, I say, keep on saying, who are you? Who are you? And now when we understand this, these are the processes that also help us to heal those part of us that is just all over, that is brokenness, that they can give us the answer. Because not everything that can be shared with everyone, even if we like it. Like I said that, and it's not like it's only in an African culture that things are just being kept secret. Vaticans, every species, it all those things that they keep secret and sacred. But sometimes we are so quick to question our stuff, even have those that are questioning it, but other people are also having their secret that they are keeping, but we don't question them. And now that is why also the issue that we have of so many of our secret and sacred processes that were supposed to help us, we keep on losing them because they're already there in an open. And even right now, social media has even made us crazy. I don't know who can take social media from black people's hands, because wow. Because every other thing's like, okay, so they got us because now we don't even have things that we even know the place of them. Because now it's also about hashtag to who can post first and who can be seen. But at the detrimental of making us weak, at the same time we want to fight the same system that we say that is colonizing us. So for me, those are some of the things that we need to be able to bring them into our own understanding. Prof. Kiro, yes, I see you.
But through you, Chair, and the presenter, the sister earlier on referred to me about something I don't really know. So I don't want to imagine what she was talking about. Please, I'd like her to explain what she meant. But she singled me out for a reason she best knows. So I'd like to have clarity on that. But let me proceed by saying, Mebuntu. You know, Chinua Achebe raises a very important point in his book, Things Fall Apart. Somewhere he says, it is not the logic of Christianity that captivated Nwoye. No, Nwoye did not understand it. It was the cries and the pains that were taking place within the African cultural context. It was the killing of the twins, the sorrow that this brought amongst these people. And they didn't understand why this was taking place. And this was not taking place only within the Igbo society. Even amongst the community yamaXhosa, ikhona incwadi pha ethetha ndilibele nje inantsika ititle mhlawumbe you would help me, where it states that a particular community arose because women fled and some men fled, taking their twins with them so that they would not be killed. It's not that one. I've just forgotten. I think that's the book. And so here were children being killed because for some reason Africans didn't understand. And they felt that this was, I would say, for lack of a better word, an abomination. Because they believed that God would not create children and be born at the same time. It was happening within the African cultural context. And when this happened, then the children in the Igbo society and Nwoye, this sign of left and joined the Christian community. The Christian community grew because of the pain that the people felt within an African cultural context. And so questions must arise. And answers must be provided. It cannot be that when children are supposed to go into an initiation school and emerge as men, they come back amputated without their penises. It cannot be that this, in the name of sacredness and secretness, questions will not be raised. There's something wrong that is going on there. And in the name of culture, boys are told that then when they emerge from the initiation schools, when you come back, boy, you may sleep with any girl around except the one that you are going to marry, whose daughter must be defiled in the name of African culture. Precisely. In the name, and I was very careful when I'm Mhlabangani, that in the name of African culture, because all these things are being done in the name of African culture. And so questions must arise. And the children have got the right, when things go horribly and terribly wrong, they must ask. When AmaXhosa men get women and get them to wear amajalmani, they call them amajalmani, German prince, and this is done in the name of AmaXhosa. Kuthiwa umfazi womXhosa lo kodwa unxiba isijalmani. No. So we must question. And I'm not coming with any answer. Probably I'll come back later. Nje, we have to question. No, we have to question. How does it happen? Where did it go wrong? When we are given brandy, you see, we were a drunk nation. These African people, AmaXhosa, a nation of drunkards. This nation that cannot perform rituals without the white man's liquor. A nation of drunkards that baptize children with alcohol. A nation of drunkards. So these children, how can you expect them to respect us when we are being so irrational in the name of African culture?
Yes.
Can I just, and then Gloria, I'll just come to you with a question. I just needed to.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I was just wondering if you will ever say something in this conference.
No, actually, I want to thank Prof. For
Yes.
what he just said now, because at a point I was conflicted about, are we going to decolonize everything? Now, Prof mentioned a story that happened in Nigeria, where a missionary, Mary Slessor, so she traveled to Nigeria, where the practice is that the locals, they kill twins. When you have twin children, so they just kill those children because they think it was not right. So, if you're going to decolonize that, so I was always talk about decolonization. Is it that everything that they did were bad? Because that was actually a very good one. So, when Prof mentioned it now, I find it like, okay, I'm getting some clarity now. And I think we should look at everything and not just say, okay, we're talking about decoloniality, but we must also look at some values that these colonial masters, they brought. Those that we can appreciate, or those that we can say, okay, this is good. Because we also have some cultures, we have some practices or some things that we do that we really need to address. Like what Prof just mentioned some now, like baptizing kids with alcohol. That shouldn't be done, and we should actually address those. I really appreciate what Prof said. Thanks. Okay, sorry, can I just talk? All right.
Heaven.
Okay, there is another one that I've been thinking about. We talk about decolonizing language of instruction or language of teaching in our schools, right? So, if I look at it from the basic education point of view and the higher education point of view, there are things that we can talk about decolonizing the language of instruction. It sounds good. Probably it's right to do that. But I don't think we're going to get much done when we do not develop resources to make that happen. So if I teach secondary school students, I'm teaching them maths, and there are no textbooks that they can consult in Yoruba. I teach them in Yoruba and they understand, but there are no resources for them to learn maths at home. So how am I going to decolonize that effectively? So if I want to do my PhD and I write my thesis in Yoruba, who is the examiner, international examiner, that's going to examine it? No, that's one. No, I'm coming. Now, yeah, that could happen, but that's just one part of it. The second part of it is this. So I must have used different sources and consult different articles and authors. So when I translate this, so how do you know I've translated it accurately? So why am I saying this? I'm not against decolonizing our language of medium of instruction. Because in Europe, I know that from one country to another, they use different languages. Okay, and they stick to their own language. But what I'm saying is that beyond clamoring for the right thing, like beyond clamoring
sorry, my brother. Can I just finish quickly, because maybe we can open for more others, because now you are talking about education, language, and it's now derailing us from the things that we are just discussing right now. Because I'm just left with one slide, and then we are finished. We can open up that. Thank you so much. Thank you, my brother.
Prof, I just wanted to say, no, nothing negative whatsoever. All that I was saying, that I'll use an illustration. I attended one school where I believe was kind of like most of our African schools are, still Bantu education for that matter. And I went there, and I was attending an economics class, and I was sitting there in that class with some of the students. And the teacher said something that was totally not correct. And because I come from a different school of thought, like I say, at home education, because my mom was home education, a home health education specialist. And I said to the teacher, "Sir, I think you are wrong. That's not right." And all the students looked at me with they opened their eyes widely and said, you don't object to what a teacher says, because that's how they are schooled, where they can't question. So I was making a joke to say, "Prof, I disagree with you that Jesus Christ was not white." And I said, because you are prof, I'm not going to say because you are prof and you said it, I'm going to agree with you. That's what I meant. That's it. Nothing else. Yeah, that's what I meant. So I come from a school of thought where I question things, and I think I question things and I need answers. I guess that's why we are here. And I think we should not be cut off when we speak. Thank you. We should not be cut off when we speak. We should be given a platform to express, my sister, our views.
Thank you. Okay.
That was the whole point of just doing it differently. I heard that they say they want decoloniality, decolonizing. I'm like, how are we going to engage differently? So it's just how I thought, maybe let's just do this session differently, even if we are still going to go into the topic that we have to stay in. So going back to the basic principles of initiation, it's separation, it's transition, and it's return. So one goes through those process of separation where you're leaving the unfamiliar. You go into another space that you are used to. This is the processes of initiation. And transitioning is learning, you go through tested and growth. Then the return is to incorporate back and integrate into the society or back into yourself. And I think that is why I said that all of us, we have been initiated in different ways, because we went through the process of separation. When we go to school, we go into we leave our home, we go into the unfamiliar. And when we get there, we start to learn other things. Most of us, we are now initiated into the Western paradigm, the Western world, that make us to leave the unfamiliar, some of the knowledges that we know from our homes, and we just got there, and then it's just to teach us other things that are different from where we come from. And that is why I think you keep on saying about it, Gloria, that we come into these spaces and we struggle to connect back with our own spaces, because now we have been initiated into another paradigm, into another space that makes us think and see the world differently from how we know it from where we come from. So I will keep on just saying this. That even if we can argue that from which perspective all of us have been initiated, everyone will just choose in which way. Transition, learning and tested and growth. You go through that process. After you have been initiated, you have to go through that. What you have learned, you get tested into it to show growth. And again, we do it in our school. We get tested. After you have been then in this institution, in the school, you have to write tests to show that you have grown and you understand. And then after that is you are being incorporated. I'm not sure I'll get graduation now. When you have our graduation part, we have been incorporated into now the academic space or wherever what it is. But in the cultural context, these are some of the processes that you go through, and you get incorporated back into the community so that you can be able to integrate the knowledge that you have, and then you can use it for the benefit of the community. Professor Lutu reminded us that the colonial approach, when it was destroying the African system, it used the same, it's like a three-legged method, the school, the church, and the hospital. And this is where most of the time we find ourselves. We go to the school, after that it's church, like I said, that who is being baptized and confirmed. So after the indigenous or African system was taken out, it was replaced with something. And that is the same thing that the people, they also knew, because going from your initiation is like you are going to school. You are going through a process of learning healing. You are going through the process of understanding how to be, the issue that you spoke about, the issue of your spirit, where it is and what does it guide you into. The whole process of initiation is to help you with all those understanding. But I keep on just saying, but right now we all know these things, but with a different view that we understand them, and now we live this two world that seems not to talk to each other. And you can even see that why quickly, even when we come together, we cannot even a particular understanding. So I was gonna finish this with what Prof is already said on our behalf, that as much as this initiation and rite of passage, they are good and they are necessary, but at the same time, we need to question them, because we have become different people. The same processes that were meant to give us a strong grounding and foundation of our life, they are no longer even safe spaces to go into. And us, when we don't also create a space of questioning them and interrogate them, we are also now even getting ourselves in a very dangerous situation. But my conclusion is that even when we interrogate them, we have to interrogate them in our own terms. They cannot be determined by other people on how they have to look like, or we're the one who have to decide, do we want them or we don't want them? We cannot be told that by someone come and told us that they are not necessary, we don't have to practice them. And I think when we are doing that, we will be able to also assist ourselves with creating a new processes that can answer our problems right now. Because right now we have so many problems that we don't even know even how to use our culture to be a solution. And any culture that cannot be a solution is a useless culture. We cannot just keep on just having it just because it's our culture, because it doesn't give us the solution to our problems. Culture has to respond to that. Or our culture was even that, but our culture is no longer responding to our problems in the way that even when we have problems, we can just go back to our culture and say, what is our culture saying about this issue? So the same thing for me with African initiation and rite of passage. It is us that have to sit and start, interrogate them and see, is there anything of importance that we can still derive from there and bring it back to our society and see how they can help us. So I will end up here because it was a long morning with a lot of debate and engagement. But thank you so much. I just want to take it back to you saying, thank you so much for giving me permission. That permission that you gave me to do this process with you. Thank you for that and for engaging with the topic in the way you did. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much. I think we are about to start lunch, but the first thing that we are going to do is Sumelusi has a few comments that are online, so he'll just address those, and then I don't know if someone wants to say something in the group, in the room. Nothing. And just a quick touch. All right, I'm coming there. I'm coming at 1-2. I just wanted to say that there's something that I've noticed, especially with this session. There are things that we call colonial questions that we ask, right? Or the statements that we make. When it comes out, it seems like it's a natural thing to ask, but I think you need to really introspect and ask yourself, but why am I asking this question? If we could do that, I'm not saying questions are not important, I'm saying that introspecting and asking, but why am I asking this question? And do I actually have the answer to it? Then I think we are going to go forward quicker. And also, I need us to be patient. I always look at these spaces as hospitals. There's a lot of sick people, and we are here to heal. You know, you are here to heal, so we must be patient with each other. And also, we must not be stubborn in our healing. So, yeah.
Be stubborn in our healing.
Oh, Paseka. Just to firstly send a shout out to our colleagues who are joining us online. We haven't really said hi to them this whole week. Like, oh, Malungi Dodo, who has been there commenting since day one. Like, they seem neglected and ignored. Hi, guys, we see you. Thank you very much.
Where are they?
The question is, what ward are you in? So there are a few comments here, and so I'm just going to go through some of the comments, and I think it's comments from the beginning, Mamati, when we were talking about, you know, the roles of our families, where Malungi was speaking about, when we were speaking about the roles in the family. I'm sorry, I just lost this in the wave of excitement. Yes, Malungi speaks about the term of reference, Ubabegaz, who is my father's sister, who is my female father. They talk to, she then speaks, they then speak again to my sister-in-law, whom I refer to as my husband. They are my husband. Then there are comments of, we need to decolonize what we are referring to as traditional gender roles, because some of us, traditional gender roles are not connected to sex. I think it's just the affirmation of how gender has been constructed, from what lens gender has been constructed. Then there was a comment around comments around being sacred and the practices of initiation and, you know, the sacredness and the secretness. Timakato then says, I will say sacred only. Those who are called to the particular ritual should experience it. So I think that was just a response to whether it should be secret or whether it should be sacred. And that might be, you know, the impetus for us to Go again. Then there is also questions around the interrogation of cultural initiations or ritual should be done with respect. That's another comment that was made. Then there was also, I think those were the comments that we have so far. So those are just the comments and the conversation that has been going online. We see you guys. Thank you.
I forgot about them. Sorry. Can we maybe take just 2 questions?
Yes, it's just 2 hands.
Yeah. It's been a long
Thank you.
morning.
So my question is open to the House at large. It's not specifically from Mama Tebogo.
Sorry.
Okay, my question can be answered by anyone who is present here. On knowledges otherwise, and also just taking back to the whole secrecy and sacredness topic, I wanted to ask that there are certain knowledges that have been kept within our families or communities that do not really have background or meaning. So there's certain practices that we are still in place that we still do, but do not have an explanation as to why certain things have been done. And when you ask, but why? They're like, no, we don't know. We are also told. Is it, I just want to understand, is it the order of things that they've done that way and they don't have to have meaning and we're not supposed to question, or maybe the meaning behind these practices have been lost? Do we need to know? Is it necessary? Yeah.
Maybe just answer it quickly. I think this is where really for me, there's still a lot of research that still needs to be done. Because in all those spaces where there is the questions of things, this is where research has to take place. This is where more research that will help to understand and to understand the processes of. And when I say research, I'm not just talking about the research and but the research of finding out what do they mean? Did they not know? When did that understanding started to even be something that cannot be discussed? And I think when we are doing that, we are also now even assisting those who also find it difficult to talk about it, now to be able to express it in a different way. So more researchers is still out there. It's sitting in the confusion of people where they find themselves. Prof, I think rago go tsa hare bua ko lunching cause e chaile ya. And there's one here. And there's already one here, Prof. Go tswalla ko ntle, go tswalla ko ntle.
Oh yeah. Two can become one. Two, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I just quick. I just, thanks, Pastor. I just want to quick, there's something when you spoke that came up in my mind because you spoke about ancestors. I just wanted to know other ancestors in the grave, because what I've seen, for example, when I'm at funerals, I was just shocked and amazed by someone that I know that it's done in certain spaces where someone went to the grave and told the person who's lying in the ground, resting in the ground, that please help us. There's no food at home. How come you don't respond to us? What's happening? We don't get jobs. Help us to get jobs. Can you please explain to me how that works in that context? Yeah, that's what I want to, because for me, it was something that I don't understand, that the person is, cannot hear. But because we refer to these people as ancestors, how do they respond, and how can this person go there sure that he or she is going to get an answer from that? So that's what I need to know. And I think this platform opened my question.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you.
To think about it. No, that's not the answer.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is, Mama, sorry. I think that we are opening a different can of worms. And then I can see, and Gloria has a question that I think we can engage on a personal level during lunchtime.
Yeah.
Because where we are going now, where we are going is, a therapy session, therapy session. So what we're going to do is I'd ideally like us to have it in this space, but we're not going to have lunch. So I really need to do moderation and colonize and keep, control. Professor, would you mind afterwards? We continue. I love you. I love you. Erica, I think we'll just take your last point and then we can just leave with those. Are you okay with that, ma?
Moderator.
Okay. I think we'll take the last words from Metebu and then we'll just see what gives.
Hey. It's not possible to undo history, but we can do it again. Okay, there's a consensus, you got it? About who are managing culture. It is people like guardians of the knowledge. We are going to be them. As our ancestors were and gave back to us. We should look at culture and change it as time and space. When water is collected from the river, it's different from when the river's course modifies itself. You are going to take the water from another place. If you need a foil or a leaf as well. You may buy it from the market. Okay. It is different than collected from the forest. The rituals are made from tap water as well. Candomblé, as an example, that is a African religion from Brazil. It's an adaptation because we are outside of Africa, far away. We were ripped from here. That's why what happens in Candomblé, it only happens in Candomblé. Specifically the fact that we culture God and goddess of Africa. This is a synthesis. It is a synthesis of the people Yoruba, Bantu, and Ifon. Jeje, Ketu, Nagô. Is Candomblé legitimate for you? I believe it is. That's why, as guardians of culture and future, to adapt and re-signify process are very important. I don't know what our people will be if we didn't have a lot of external crossing. There's no way to know how we will be. If our leaderships wasn't constantly taken in slavery. But I know one thing. Any society or civilization being collapsed It holds tighter to what looks easier. And that. And usually it is very rapid, instantaneous solutions and insensible ones as well. In a school, a teacher with a difficult class, he always chooses punishment. Also, parents with their children. In the end, I want to quote and honor Osman Simben, a filmmaker from Senegal. The first African to speak about Africa in audiovisual. He's considered the father of the movie. Okay. He brings special and assertiveness in his reflections. There's a film called Molade that talks about genital mutilation in women. Okay, in this movie, he criticized the need of a family protection so it won't happen. Even though all the society want it. In the end, we'll say a proverb from Brazil. When the knife is... Okay. 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 When faith is blind, the knife is very sharp. That's it.
Osambane Ovatlo Oshap. All right, so what we're going to do is we're just going to quickly go to lunch, and then we should be back at 2 o'clock for our last session of the day. Thank you. Thank you. Let's just settle in. So we'll just have our panel engagement on solidarity, reconnections, and community. So it'll be Prof. Robert, Ms. Erica, and Mr. Ian. Prof. Ian. Is it Owen? Okay, yeah, Brother Owen. It'll be you. But the power is vested in me. I now declare you a prof. All right, so just let's welcome everyone to the stage so that we can have our engagement. That's horrible. Next to that, you hold on to this. Once you're okay. Yeah, we're looking for the other one. We think it might be there at the back. No, Ansasutana. Yeah. So you can just take the other one. Yeah, you can just take the other one, and then Noctilo will just sit here. So yeah. I know. That's what I was saying. This one works perfectly for you. Let's just put it here just in case you need it. And then there you go. All right. Can we just settle in a bit? Has anyone seen the other mic? The other microphone? Oh, here we go. Anyway, Matebs, we're going to look for this by you. Let's just settle in quickly, and then we can just get going, and we can get to the end of the day. So you can just hold on to this, and then we'll have the engagement, and then you can just pass it around.
All right, can you see me?
Maybe we can kind of leave it in that.
I have been asked to facilitate. Okay, I've been asked to facilitate this particular segment of the program, which I think is supposed to, as much as possible, bring us closer, back together, perhaps singing, not so much from the same hymn book, but from the same planet at least. Because as it is, just coming back in now, some of our comrades and our friends and our compatriots, our sisters, our seekers together are professing sheer confusion. And I think we all can profess some kind of being unsettled one way or the other. Whether it is from, being closeted together like we are, like Mama was saying, Izolo, and overnight I thought, how do I best, call you Mama? And I very quickly went back to one of our teachers, our elder, Uzetu Kagata, who said that there are those people. I'm talking like Zetu now. There are those people who have knowledge that we call Ogriha in my language. So from yesterday, when you say I have no title, and Roberto was saying, in fact, you don't need it, and I was like, what is the title? And I was like, So, as you were saying yesterday, that the classroom, are all in this space together, we began together, and I think it's only ethical that we always, as part of this healing process that we are so aware of and we are being called to do, because once along the way, I learned that if something does not heal, then it must kill. So the summer school has no intention of killing the good things in you, but perhaps it has all the intention of healing those things that are wounded, those things that are confused, those things that have been destabilized, etc., etc. And I think we began on day one with a clear understanding from Uputum Dala that there are things that we have forgotten. And that in itself is a form of woundedness that we are trying to provoke into healing. And of course, we won't heal. Sometimes we have to open up the wound and let it, get some air in order to give it some chance of healing over time. So the wounds that we have opened here, we also have the responsibility to confront and acknowledge in order that we do not inflict the same violence that we have been hearing about from day one. So the title, the theme of this particular summer school is exactly that. And I am aware that some of us started on this journey longer than some. And because of that, there's no common understanding. And if there was common understanding, then we also would not be provoked to our higher selves. Because once we settle at a place, and I think she put it well, when she said just before we adjourned, when faith is blind,
The knife is sharper.
I don't know what she meant, but that's the place that we ended up. When faith is blind, the knife is sharp. And that's going to be my next paper. Please don't write. I can make an honorary co-author, it's fine. So, colleagues, with this particular session, hopefully we would have sat in a circle so that no one gives anyone their burdens and we see each other. I mean, I grew up in the township and I know that the township is concrete. There's nothing that grows there. But as with us, the people, things they grow, they meal, by fire, by force, So my great-grandmother who raised me used to say, you look at me, I see oceans of you. You look into me, then we can see each other's souls. So that's why at summer schools we try, but sometimes it's not possible to sit in a circle. So imagine we're sitting in a circle and we're gonna have this round table whereby there's no hierarchy, there's no pulpit, there's no sage, there's no preacher, there's no heaven, there's no hell, only hell. and we're gonna give them that hell to account for the things that they have provoked us to do. I famously lost my notebook in the morning. Anyone, please, can you just look through to see if you did not by chance take my notebook? I had a whole thing going on there that I no longer have, but we're gonna be free and understand that we are in this together and understand that to err is human. And we are in a safe space. We are kindred. We are seekers together. Some has a light that shines there. Another has a light that shines elsewhere, and etc. and etc. So, colleagues, I was saying that we were very deliberate. Vuyo was very deliberate, together with her comrades that you now know, to say we started this in 2014. The history of which we were told on Sunday, and here we are in 2022. Even the Bible says, when I was young, I was drinking milk. That was gold.
I'm not lactose intolerant.
Why? So we can't say that we started in 2014. That journey
She said
was
that I drink
necessary.
wine, now I drink wine.
It was necessary.
I introduced the Vuyo
But
to
now
wine.
we are standing. sometimes in
She
ICU
didn't train before me.
as midwives, and sometimes in ICU as sisters in charge, that's me, and sometimes as patients. So here we are. We started off and we said, from decoloniality of knowledge, that's why we are all here. That's why we were all initiated into school. Umsaki says, I got lost to myself at school. Now I'm on this quest, Ubuzlanda, all those pieces that Mama T says are separate. Now we this dismemberment that Ngukiwa Tuyongo tells us that makes us to say, along with those who have dismembered us, that theft of our souls, theft of our being, theft of our very lives, theft of our bodies, theft of our children, theft of our futures, theft of our past is holy. You see, together with those who have stolen, theft must be holy. Please, let's refine this theft. Please, let's clean up this theft. Because somehow it must be holy. There must be a part that is holy. That's why when Mama said, what is this whiteness? And Mama T says, today no one claims to be white. I think we can all claim to be white. In one sense or another. Because we have been stolen. One way or the other. I was at a summer school, I go to those a lot, in Brazil. And the women of the place came to the university because the university is an open space, or the one that was there, an open space where everyone can. The village drunk comes and say, you're all talking nonsense. You don't know. The philosopher, the organic one. The mothers came with their children on the back who were crying. When they cry, everyone keeps quiet because that's part of the reproduction of society. The village dog, the stray comes and eats your food. It's okay. The lamb that has just been born comes, and that's the university. That's the summer school. And the women of the community stood up and said, the university stole our children. I'm like, where am I? What is this hoodlum that I'm in? Whereby anyone can just stand up and say things that don't make sense. The university stole our children. I understood in time what they meant. That the children that we buy shoes for at the expense of everyone not eating for a month, that we buy blankets for so that they could be warm when they get to varsity. When they come back, they say our ways are foreign. My mother is not educated. My father is a drunk. And I think that's what Prof. Sesandi was referring to in the morning. So one way or the other, here we are. The summer school in the College of Human Sciences is a very deliberate effort to pause in our pontification of Marx and Rousseau and the learned ones. And yes, yeah. It is our way of Ubuzlanda that Unsagi talks about, to say we get lost in Moodle. Do you know Moodle? We get lost in IPMS. Do you know IPMS? We get lost in the standards. We get lost in everything else throughout the year. But can we find a safe space? The pastor there will tell us it's our Gilgal, the sacred space where we take off our shoes and just become, and just be in order to become. Dr. Ramos said, and I think that's what Mama T was saying this morning, that mutuabetwa, sakumuntuntu, reaha mutu mutu, kaubani mutu mutu has lost themselves along the way. from decolonizing knowledge, power, which we understand knowledge is infested with. We saw from day one. And both of them, knowledge, power, have an impact on the being. And we are seeing this all the time. At other summer schools, people cry. At other summer schools, people fight. At other, because we disintegrate in order to reintegrate. And it is the same space. So from there, decolonizing knowledge, power, and being, the decoloniality of knowledge, power, and being, to saying there's been COVID, there's been a pause, there's blended everything. Why don't we take a step further to say decoloniality, we are not discarding, and we saw in the debates that we're arising that it is still very much something that we need to confront and account for. But we also said Afrocentric, hence, you know, we are talking so much Afrocentricity, and knowledge is otherwise. Those that we cannot categorize under this. And in that way, we are being open-ended and bringing everyone in. But this otherwise does not include Kant, because Kant is not otherwise. Kant is canon. It's the norm. So let's leave Kant and Jesus and bring something else. and those otherwises that we don't know. You know? So here we are, colleagues. Fuman. Amaku. So here we are. I shall take for granted that you know me because I'm large. But this is who I am, colleagues, and I hide nothing. I really liked what you said the other day, that at some point we didn't have clothes because we had no need for them, because we are a people who at core are transparent. We are at core not predatory. We don't want to eat anyone. We don't want to convert anyone to anything, because we understand that everyone is a god all by themselves. They are a government all by themselves. And because of that, the ethics that I espouse are an ethic of one God to another God. And because of that, I know my boundaries. I will not eat you. I will not devour you. I will not hate you, because when I hate you, I hate my very being. When I hate you, I hate the children that have not been born. When I hate you, the work of healing that Mama T has taught me, that when we do, we also heal the generations before, those who are living yet dead, then I'm taking that back. So if you want to know who I am, I'm just very transparent. I'm a seeker. I don't mind being wrong, because I trust that you will not eat me. And when you try, I will kill you. That's it. That's it. It's an ethic that Professor Sandy was saying, that Sobukwe said that if I don't hate who kills me, then I kill myself. I turn that sword towards myself. I've said a lot, colleagues. I'm trying to, colleagues, I have said a lot, fellow seekers. I'm trying to bring us back. We started off with Professor Santi, who was taking us well before. And some of it got lost along translation, but we have the responsibility to, if it touched you, then the responsibility is yours to teach yourself in order that you can teach somebody else. In 1 week, we can't undo centuries. And then we went on to have on Monday. We had who? Yes, we had Umam Totiwe who came, and the feedback that I got was that indeed it was a breath of fresh air, it was water that we needed and we didn't know that we need. And go see Mama. Yet again, Prof. Gagata taught me that so it's the Logish in me that is saying thank you. And then there was Erica, who asked us, what are our utopias? What are they? When we say we are in well-being, when we say we are healthy, when we say teaching, when we say we are awakening, what are we awakening to? Is it a collective project? Is it an individual project? Is it a project that looks back those generations before and those generations after? Or is it a project that is about the fed cat in me? So that even when I breathe, I can't even breathe because my heart is so full of fat and I'm eating the future. So is it about that? And then we had Roberto, who came and spoke to us, took us to Mexico, took us to borderlands, took us to America, and provoked us to see ourselves in those spaces in ways that sometimes may have been lost to us, but maybe will come back. I wanted to raise my hand when Mbali was asking, is it necessary to know? Is it urgent to know? Is it now to know? And I learned that, I was raised by my great-grandmother, and I always chuckle and say, phew, she's talking to me in death. She died in 1994. Even today, the questions I never asked, and I'm asking today, she's responding to in ways that make sense today. So this thing here at your City, good morning, ma'am, how are you? In 30 minutes, we're going to have an interview. What is your name? How old are you? How many times do you have sex? How many children? Thank you so much. And then there's the ethics form. Please sign. Whose agendas are you perpetuating? Whose ways are you normalizing? Whose stolen legacies are you vandalizing? So perhaps research needs to be decolonized. Perhaps, or maybe fundamentally it does need to. And how do we go about it? And we saw ourselves, the global in the local and the local in the global, that thing that I learned in first year, really through this program, manifesting itself. Then we went to Ireland, and all I ever knew about Ireland were potatoes. Now I know there's Orange Free State. And that's all I know, there's Orange Free State, and that you sing and you are not allowed to sing. And only now can you speak your language. And that is going to take you another 40 years before you even realize that, in fact, we can speak our languages and do it well because we are in that journey ourselves. And I think Voyo said that we are being indigenized even as we go. So we see those parallels, all of which have a particular logic that I hope we can bring to the fore now. And this morning we had Mama T, who said, and I had to go half the time because my boss was calling. And one of the things that I got from her intervention this morning is that sometimes we do get initiated into things without even our consent, sometimes within our consciousness, because it is the norm. And now you are going to say, did you also have 8 initiations in your life? Or are they 20 and you didn't even know? What do they mean? Who was initiating me to what for what? And what then of the work that I need to be doing to be healing the generation before and healing the generation that I think Roberto was saying is in our belly buttons. So colleagues, fellow travelers, I will not take more time. This is the time that has been put aside to talk about solidarities, and we can only be in solidarity when we understand each other's struggles, when we confront them, when we acknowledge them, then we can be in solidarity. Reconnections, perhaps reconnecting the pieces that we started off with, the pieces that we work with without even knowing. Sometimes some of us have to perform being professors. Yes, I know. When in fact you don't even know. So maybe this is the moment to ask. But perhaps even in our asking, we need to understand that this is a collective going together. And sometimes we have individual responsibility to the collective and to ourselves to bring ourselves up to speed. Taking down those notes and doing work outside of this place, because this space cannot questions that are middle, and at university I can be higher. I can be higher. Let's elevate. Levels. Let's elevate. I get we said we were higher. Let's do this higher thing. Again. And maybe let's define this education that is supposed to be high in character, but doesn't teach us how to make a fire. This education that is positing itself as high, but does not help us make connections of us being stolen from ourselves. I mean, here you are. Mama Tisa said we are only on earth, but we may actually be dead. And we are not even aware. But we profess higher things. So maybe in our questioning, let's just try to do those reconnections that are higher, as well as, yes, Paseka said we are in Para, not MedLife. We are at Para, and sometimes at Para there's no medication. Sometimes at Para the doctor is moonlighting, is it MedLife? So sometimes the patient themselves need to heal themselves. So here we are, in the name of community, in the name of this year that we are told is unfolding in front of us, in the name of those students that we animate our very lives and earn our dollars in. Let's do community. So here we are. We have in this panel Erica, who introduced to us herself in ways that are both transparent and provocative. We have Ion, who made himself very vulnerable by singing, and I kept saying to you too, until I realized that there's also the English translation, which was very generous of you to do. And I think when you're singing in front of strangers, you are saying, here I am. Eat me if you will, but I will kill you surely. Surely, 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 don't even try, you know? But if you feel that I need to be eaten, try your luck. Then we have Roberto, who also talked to us and said that we didn't cross the borders. The boats came for us, guys. We didn't apply for a visa. Even when we apply for a visa, it's because we are desperate, we want funding. So the borders keep crossing us in small and big ways. And from today, I hope everywhere we go, we will see taxis and say, now he's crossing me. You know, all these borders that continue to cross us, we're gonna have a conversation. I'm looking at the time. We're supposed to go till? We're supposed to go till 4. Please feel free to stand up. Can they? Can they? Stand up? Whoever wants to stand up? Stand up if you want. If you have a question, sometimes your question may be lodged under your feet and you want to stand up and, you know, release it, you know? And those higher level, higher education questions, not the nyawope, shibin, aye. On Friday, we will do those. Let's do, colleagues. I don't know whether you have a comeback to any of the things that I said in your name that you want to send as a salvo, as yet another salutation to these beautiful people who are here to listen to you, our esteemed erudite luminaries, as per the protocol. Thank you. I will clap for myself.
I have a jazz.
Please do. I like jazz.
Thank you very much to Professor Roberto. Quite a phrase there that you put, that we have been crossed. Oftentimes when that phrase is used in the context of my community, that you have been crossed, it means you have been blinded. Uloyiwe. So when somebody crosses you, you have been bewitched. So when you placed that phrase, the borders crossed us. Literally, it's a witchcraft that made us to become dysfunctional. Now, now that we are aware, through many voices that have emerged, that the global South, born of European creation, became aware of its own making. The issue is the dilemma of delinking. The idea of thinking that we can even pray to the God of modernity to deliver us from modernity. It is still misleading us. But what I find as a challenge oftentimes in conversations of this setting is, now that we have seen, now that the emperor is naked, what shall become of us? In the words of the musical group, the OJs, which is often the expression that Obabum Konza likes to say, now that we have found love, what are we going to do with it? So I find that sometimes it's like there is a dilemma of selective rejection of coloniality. Within the entanglement of capitalism, as employees of these plantations, which are mental-side camps, and we want to send our children to schools and still be cloned, and we pay for it as a program. And it makes as though our city of peace, our Jerusalem, our heaven is going far away from us. So I was just saying, whether the challenge of the bluesing of a slave, recognizing entrapment in multiple dimensions as we create our different escapist places of where we want to go. I would love just your comment on the issues of entanglement and a way to think around delinking now that we see clearly. Thank you.
Erika, do you have anything? Okay. So, okay, yeah, just a couple thoughts that come to mind when preparing for this session, and I think Prof. Molloy for, this reference to being crossed as being both blinded or bewitched. I think that's a very telling way to put it, in the sense that, when we talk about the colonization of the Americas, there's also talk about the other conquest, in the sense that one was physical, of land and territory, but one that has, even despite Latin America gaining its independences across the various countries in the 1820s for the most part, we dealt with that independence from that initial territorial colonization, but we didn't deal with the other conquest, which is the spiritual one, right? In the sense of the ways, without getting, into a back and forth around the role of Christianity in particular, but the ways that our spiritualities were also colonized or attempted to be colonized, or in some ways, right? Some of us talk about not just epistemicide, but linguicide, our languages, the ways even our spiritualities is carried through our language. So we do have to deal with the spiritual conquest, and and for lack of better terms, decolonizing from that as well. However, I do want to address what I have been hearing at times as an assumption that to decolonize also equals to reject all things that came with Europeans. And the tendency is to say, yes, we should, right? I also don't want to say that. On the contrary, instead, the way I engage decoloniality is that we no longer engage it as a norm, the canon, and we engage things from Europe only when and if and to the extent that they may be useful, but not otherwise. And even when doing that, we would still have to qualify it further as one way of knowing amongst many, not a superior one, right? So that we engage it on a horizontal level with Afrocentric, indigenous, spirituality, intuition, wisdom, oral tradition, with all various ways of knowing. But again, I want to repeat the only when and if and to the extent useful, right? We don't have to maintain any of that, but we also don't have to do a blanket rejection of all, right? And I say that, and then we could get into the particulars of, well, is this really useful for us at this point? And I want to give an example of that. But in sharing this, I'm thinking here of one of my many teachers over the years, Betita Martinez, who would say, romanticize nothing, dismiss nothing, right? We have to engage it before we dismiss it. And at the same time, we can't just romanticize in the sense of the blanket rejection and a return to a presumed pristine ourselfness that might itself also need to be put into question. Betita would also say to us often, remember something ancient, create something new, right? And the two have to go hand in hand, right? As opposed to either or. So this idea then of the ways in which we engage, whether it be concepts, languages, ways of being that were brought with coloniality, if and when and only to the extent useful, also means that in interrogating our positions, or positions that come from, say, our own traditions, our own communities, we also need to create a distinction there, and something that not all decolonial scholars do. Some say, well, anything that comes from the indigenous we must embrace. And it's like, no, not everything, So we would make a further distinction with what are the critical perspectives emerging from the diverse social historical experiences or positions or locations. For that matter, Brother Owen here showed us what is a critical perspective coming from a specific social historical location that we might deem otherwise as just generic white. But he gave us a critical perspective from what we outwardly read as white to dive in further and understand the particularities of a colonized island. I don't even want to say Ireland no more, So I would say that much, in terms of it's not just a blanket rejection. I don't mind citing Marx if and when to the extent that he might be useful. But instead, I might also go to Mariátegui or to other thinkers from, whether it be from the Americas or other people in the global South. Marx can be the footnote and the secondary. Oh yeah, Marx said something similar too, but we hear it here, right? I can't do Kant, I have to say, in general. Coloniality or no decoloniality. But, yeah, I'll just leave it there for now.
Laroyeshu. It's one word in Yoruba words. Exu. Pensei em muitas coisas. Não, fica com você. Eu falo mais alto, acho que é melhor.
Yeah, I thought about a lot of stuff.
A gente pretende discutir aqui sobre comunidades, sobre solidariedade.
We need to discuss here about communities, solidarity, reconnections.
Há princípio básico para se entender a comunidade.
There's a basic principle to understand community.
É se entender e se pensar no mundo. Ter
Is
consciência de que existe.
Is to understand ourselves and to think ourselves in the world, being conscious about our existence.
E isso efetivamente parte de lugar. A nossa consciência do agora parte de algum lugar.
And our conscience, our current conscience, begins with a place, with a start.
Parte de uma ética, de uma filosofia, de ethos.
It begins with a ethic, with a philosophy, with a ethos.
Então é importante a gente descascar para entender, para pensar que ética é essa que nos move hoje na contemporaneidade.
So we need to disrupt it and understand what kind of ethic moves us in the current moment.
Miticamente falando,
Mythically,
falando, existe Deus chamado Narciso.
there's a God called Narciso.
É Deus branco
It's a white God
que simboliza a beleza
that symbolizes beauty
e a extrema vaidade.
and extreme vanity.
Narciso morreu afogado na sua própria imagem.
Narcissus dies drowning in its own image.
Em contrapartida, uma deusa Yorubá,
In the other side, a goddess Yoruba, Oshun.
ela é o próprio rio.
She is the river, the own river.
Ela representa a beleza,
She represents beauty,
a fertilidade,
fertility,
a prosperidade.
prosperity.
E a prosperidade. Ambos são deuses da beleza.
Both of them are God of the beauty.
Mas a ética narcísica se afoga na própria imagem.
But the narcissic ethic drowns on its own image,
Enquanto a Oxum produz a prosperidade para a sua comunidade.
while Osun produces prosperity to her community.
É importante pensar ética, o que significa, o que simboliza esses dois princípios éticos.
It is important to think about what represents, what signifies both of these ethical principles.
Digamos que Narciso é o próprio individualismo do capitalismo e liberalismo.
Let's say Narciso is the own individuality of capitalism and liberalism.
E como se constrói, como se forja o capitalismo?
And how we build the capitalism.
Não há ser neste mundo que não esteja assujeitada ao capital.
There's no one in this world that do not responds to the capital.
Até as civilizações mais distantes e mais intocadas
Even the most distant civilizations and preserved civilizations
precisam negociar a sua presença e o seu território a partir do avanço nefasto do capital engolindo os territórios.
Okay, need to negotiate its territory through the advance of capitalism in its lands.
Uma criança desde muito cedo aprende que as coisas são compradas.
Very early on her life, a child understands and learns that everything is bought.
E que a relação das coisas se constrói a partir do dinheiro que você tem e do quanto você pode ter com aquilo.
And that relation that we have with things are constructed from a money perspective. How much you have and what can you buy with it.
Há muita subjetividade dentro disso.
There's a lot of subjective thoughts on it.
Porque quem disse que o tanto de tempo que você dedica ao trabalho
Because who says that the amount of time that you dedicate to your work
vale aquele dinheiro que só dá para adquirir determinadas coisas?
it's equal to the money that you can have to buy and acquire certain things.
Esse é o capitalismo.
This is capitalism.
E o capitalismo ele se molda a partir de duas bases. É muito importante dizer que eu estou citando Marx, e ninguém melhor do que um branco para falar sobre as postas da branquitude.
Yeah. Well, she's quoting Karl Marx now, and there's no one better than a white man to talk about white people issues and problems.
O capitalismo se organiza a partir de uma base, que é a sua infraestrutura, e a superestrutura que emerge dele.
Okay, so capitalism emerges and organizes itself from a base, that is the infrastructure, and the substructure that rises from it.
Base é aquilo que a gente sabe que precisa ser feito para construir uma casa, por exemplo, o buraco que se cava.
The base is the foundation that we need to have to build a house, as an example.
A base aqui é o trabalho e a produção.
And here the foundation is work and production
E o dinheiro.
and money.
E a superestrutura
And the upper structure
são as relações políticas, éticas e intelectuais.
are the political, ethics, and intellectual relations.
Imaginem que isso tem características, não é filosófico apenas.
Let's imagine that this has its own characteristics. It's not only philosophical.
Então, a gente pode dizer que características tem essa superestrutura, essa estrutura política, ética e cultural.
So we may ask, which are the characteristics that this upper structure have in the political and cultural level?
Ela tem uma cor,
It has a color,
ela tem gênero,
and it has a gender.
ela tem sexualidade,
It has sexuality.
ela tem religião.
It has religions.
White man, cisgender, and Christian, and judaico-cristão.
Christian.
Jew and Christian, that. Essa ética se pulverizou por meio dos dispositivos de poder.
This ethics was shared and pulverized by power structures and power instruments.
A mídia,
The media,
religião, a escola.
the religions, and school.
Então, imagine que nós temos este ser que está no topo, que é um homem branco, cisgênero, heterossexual.
So we can imagine that at the top we have this being that is a white man, cisgender, and heterosexual.
Mas o mundo inteiro é muita coisa além disso.
But the whole world is much more than that.
Imaginem uma mulher branca, heterossexual, judaico-cristã.
You can also imagine a white woman, heterosexual, and Jewish or Christian.
Agora imaginem homem negro.
Now imagine a black man.
Agora imaginem a mulher negra.
Now imagine a black woman.
Caminhe para isso até você encontrar uma mulher negra com deficiência, transexual e pobre.
Now you can follow that until you find a black woman, transgender, poor, and also with some disability.
Eu chamo isso de hierarquia da desgraça.
I call this disgrace hierarchy.
Todas essas pessoas estão negociando com o mesmo lugar.
All of these people are negotiating with the same place, the same top basis.
E por que é importante desenhar esse mapa?
And why it is important to draw this map?
Porque as subjetividades que foram criadas em cima de nós,
Because the subjectives that were created from us
me faz definir o que é feio e o que é bonito.
helps me to define what is ugly and what is beautiful,
O que quem sabe e quem não sabe,
who knows, who have the knowledge and who doesn't,
quem vive e quem morre.
who lives and also who dies.
Isso modificou nosso princípio ético.
This modifies our ethical principle.
Porque o ethos é individual, é narcísico e destrutivo para todos aqueles que não são o topo.
Because the ethos is individual, is destructive for everybody that's not on the top.
Agora, uma solução para se pensar comunidade.
Now a solution so we can think about our communities,
Uma ideia
an idea,
para pensar, saber quem somos e pensar quem nós somos.
so we can think about who we are and know who we are.
Ética é uma palavra que vem somada a uma outra palavra, que é estética.
Ethics comes with another word that is aesthetic.
Estética é a matéria básica das artes.
It is the basic issues with the arts.
Estética significa conhecimento sensível.
It means sensible knowledge.
Foi por meio do conhecimento sensível, da produção de artes, da música e de espiritualidade que a resistência negra aconteceu na diáspora.
It was through the sensible knowledge, the arts, and the political thought that black resistance happens in the diaspora.
Enquanto estivermos afastadas deste lugar sensível, da experiência humana que não é racionalizada,
While we are apart from this sensible knowledge and the human experience that are not rationalized,
nós não vamos nos encontrar conosco,
we won't find ourselves.
tampouco com os outros.
And we won't find others as well.
É importante entender
It's important to understand. No, it's fine.
é importante entender que esse senso de comunidade é um exercício poderoso de alteridade, de observação de si e do outro.
It is important to understand that this community sense, it's a very powerful exercise about community, to understanding yourself and others.
Isso é possível com uma profunda consciência
And this is only possible with a deep conscience
de uma história acontecida.
of the history that passed by.
A existência negra antes da colonização,
The black existence before colonization,
com a colonização
in the colonization,
e pós isso.
and after it.
A consciência dessa tritemporalidade, desses três tempos,
The consciousness about these three different periods
pode nos levar a um lugar emancipador,
may take us to a emancipated place,
entendendo a ética como o princípio que rege o colonialismo, a ética do colonialismo, entendendo a ética do colonialismo que é individualista,
understanding the capitalism, the colonialism ethics that is individualist,
e uma outra ética que propomos,
and another ethics that we are bringing forward
baseada nessa profunda reflexão.
that is linked to this profound and deep reflection. Okay.
I just wanted to say fact, that is a big question. Now that we have found love, what are we going to do with it? Now that you'd like that, eh? They say YouTube, but the professor was winning. And also, you know, he put it another way to say that now that we see clearly, what are we going to do with these things that we see? And perhaps it is not as clear. Sometimes it becomes very foggy. Sometimes we don't even believe. Sometimes we feel like we've lost our faculties. Sometimes we don't have companions along the way. Sometimes we feel lonely and exposed. Sometimes we feel dirty and defiled and violated. Sometimes we feel all sorts of things. Sometimes we feel we have to perform that we see clearly. And I suppose it's all part of the journey of becoming. This morning was about the making of personhood that we have to make with every breath. And I think I heard this morning as well that we don't put time aside for spiritual things. We are always supposed to be in a spiritual mode in order to not to ever suspend this becoming. So every time we breathe, we become. And I think it was a beautiful, higher level question that I'm now thinking that perhaps let's take two more of this panel on solidarity and reconnections and community. Because what I'm piecing together from what she's saying in particular is that if we are not in solidarity with ourselves, if I'm not in solidarity with me, and I stand here and I want to pretend like I don't have a stomach and I'm tall and you know I'm not in solidarity with me, like when my daughter takes pictures of me, she says, stomach in. you know? And I have to do this, you know, that angle to hide the fact that I have a black nose and things like that, which is something that we can all somehow, to some level, identify with. So the struggle is always to be in solidarity with myself. And in being in solidarity with myself, we have learned, then we have to be in solidarity with the mothers who want to impose their culture on us. Why is it their culture and not our culture? And why are you not in solidarity with your mom? What are the things that have put you asunder? Maybe it's the education. She was saying that the education, you know, does put us asunder. So I just wanted to say that that's a big question that perhaps can be followed by yet another big question, and then we'll take a third one, and the response can come from any one of us. So as Roberto was speaking, I was cognizant of what, again, Zethu Tagata has taught us, and she's very deliberate about it, to say that as Africans, we are not shy about borrowing. We are not shy about borrowing, but let us not be crossed. Please, because when we are crossed, we know when we have been crossed. We know. In the morning, somebody goes out and says, we have been crossed. And let's do things so that we are not crossable in the first place, and that we undo the fact that we've been crossed. And when do we know when we are no longer crossed? So we are in this journey of even acknowledging, of even realizing that in fact, someone bewitched us. Someone bewitched us. In my PhD, when I was doing my dedication, I said, this one is for my children, to unbewitch you. Didn't know what I was saying. But I knew that I'm writing this not for myself, but to talk to my many children, some of whose names I don't know, who call me wherever they are and say, we once came across, you know? So borrowing can only come from being in solidarity with yourself. And when you are in your full strength, and no one dares to cross you, and no one crosses you, then you are free to use your own consciousness, which has been given to all of us in full measure. And I heard something yesterday about 9 DNA strands and 6. So there's also that. So we have a particular consciousness, and we have also decided as a collective that lack of letters does not mean lack of consciousness, does not mean lack of knowledge. So that's what I wanted to say, as well as to say, you said something about creating something new. Where do we go? Now that we have become unblind, what is this thing that we are? And we know everywhere we go, how do we decolonize? How do we go back? What do we know? You know, and I wanted to marry that with what Mama T was saying this morning, to say that when a child is born, they listen. Who has come back? Who has come back? With what knowledges? With what recollections? With what traumas? With what mifiri and all of that? You know? So I would like to posit that the collection is amongst us. Only we are kept so busy by this capitalist ethos that makes us individualistic, that makes us vulnerable, that makes us harmful to one another and to ourselves, that scatters and put us asunder, that is very rigid, like I can't share because I don't have. That is undergirded by a sense of scarcity and dying, actually, and dying. This scarcity, very close to this scarcity of empathy, of companions, of solidarity with yourself. Half the time we feel like we are dying. On the 19th, I say, I hope no one dies. Because, hey, then they'll know next door that in fact, you know? So we are always on the verge of dying, and sometimes we opt to rather stagnate and stay and become comfortable and disappear and appear in ways that perhaps are staged and are performative. So that was a big question, and I think all of them we are asking because if we are in solidarity with ourselves, if we have reconnected with ourselves, and ourselves, by which I mean the generations before and those after, those with whom we are in community, and community with the individual self. And when we have done these reconnections and this community that we are trying to build, I would like to posit then that we are moving closer to our God self, who is not afraid of the other, who is not, who's not working from a position of scarcity, who's not working from a position of near death in so many ways. By that, Africa, I'm inviting yet another question. I'm inviting yet another question that we can take a bit of time on, and then we'll have another one, and then we'll close. A big question. Okay. All right, Owen. Are you asking us that big question?
I don't know. I didn't really understand, but I heard my name, so are you? Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Well, I think I'll just wait for a question. Yeah.
Is there a big question bubbling under? Is there a question bubbling under? I see my brother. Like we have this Mary Elizabeth thing. But like Elizabeth, I'm gonna like do this, do this. Is there a question? Of Kuro.
Well, if there's a question, let's do that. But maybe in terms of addressing specifically solidarity, reconnections, and community, I don't know if Owen has anything to say on that.
Put a concept and run with it.
I wanted to come back to those terms because there were still a few things that I wanted to address along those lines, but I also want to defer to those who haven't spoke.
If there's no question amongst us.
I can speak after you.
Did you see that meme where Ramaphosa is talking to Charles? King Charles. Did you see it? Did you see it? Huh? No. Huh? And Charles is saying, tell me, Cyril, how are South Africans doing? Oh my God. Those ones are happy. If they're not happy, they take to Twitter and Facebook and all of them, and they never quite ask me any question. And because of that, I'm safe. So you're saying to them they are safe. Because we don't have questions. Okay.
So, yeah, no. So what I wanted to do, just since earlier, we began kind of responding to Prof. Molloy, but I did want to go back specifically to some comments that that I had kind of thought about in advance for addressing those 3 points that I hadn't had a chance to, and especially after hearing my co-panelist here, Erica, also thinking about this question, now that we have found love, what do we do with it? She spoke very eloquently about community and this idea of having solidarity with ourselves, but I wanted to in a sense, problematize a little bit our conceptions of solidarity. And this more broadly, not specifically in reference to Erica's comments. And here I'm thinking more, in looking at the work of Enrique Dussel and his politics of liberation, he makes an intervention that I think is a very important one. And in much of Western philosophy, there's this conception of ethics as first philosophy, right? And this idea of, how do we treat others well, right? The face-to-face. How do we engage in ethical behavior towards others, right? And we've talked more about values here, and I want to, re-center this question of values, but at the same time, in thinking about that idea of ethics as first philosophy and how do we treat others well, Dussel actually challenges that and says that the history of colonization is one in which it's not ethics that's first philosophy, but politics as first philosophy. And what he means by that is that before we can even engage in a conversation about how do we treat others well, is really the question of who do we consider worthy of that ethical behavior. That is a question of dehumanization. That is a question of colonization. And so, and we keep saying white people, but again, white understood as a ideological construction of power and domination. But white people could feel very good and think they're very ethical. But already erased in the equation is those who they don't even consider worthy or part of that quote-unquote family of man to be ethical too, right? And so if we only stay at the level of ethics without engaging that political question, who is worthy of our ethical behavior, then, we're already we're starting off on the wrong foot. And so in his politics of philosophy, politics of liberation, he goes further to challenge what is supposed to be the French ideal of égalité, fraternité, liberté. And he says instead of equality, fraternity, liberty, we must think in terms of alterity, solidarity, and liberation. Right? However, even with Dussel, he still goes back to that word solidarity. And I want to take us in a different direction to a different word and a different concept. And this is coming again, I return time and again to the Zapatistas, because the Zapatistas have challenged conceptions of solidarity in the sense that we could look at the long history of guerrilla movements in Central America, Latin America, and in the case of war, people, or even going as far back as Orwell going to fight with the anarchists in the Spanish Civil War, right? The idea that solidarity is go there to fight with those who you're in solidarity with. But that starting point already assumes a separation of discrete communities, right, that only come together in solidarity in certain critical moments. Right? I have historically done a lot of work of Palestinian solidarity work, if you will, and at times I've been asked by Palestinian relatives, can you come give us a talk about Chicano solidarity with Palestinians? And in those contexts, you know, I've said, well, it's not so much solidarity, because if we only insist or look through the lens of solidarity, we keep reinforcing those separations, right? And if, on the contrary, we recognize, and here I go again with 1492, if we recognize that part and parcel of what was playing out in 1492 was already a war between Christendom and Islam. What happens in and through the Portuguese coming around down to Africa, eventually making their way to the Americas, is that this was simply the opening of two new fronts in the same war. And if part of the metaphysical goal of that war between Christendom and Islam was about the conquest of the Holy Land and arriving at the Holy Land, then the struggle of Chicanos, Africans, and Palestinians is one that goes back to that original Nakba of 1492, and one in which we've been linked as different fronts in the same war. Arguably in a war that was not even ours to begin with, but nevertheless we were interpolated in this war. And if we use that as a starting point, then we recognize that we're not separate, disconnected communities, but rather we've always been part of different fronts in the same war. And for that matter, you know, the Zapatistas use the term accompaniment. We accompany each other in our respective struggles and in our joint struggles, right? We're not in solidarity because that assumes we're separate and then, oh, look, they're having a crisis, let's go be in solidarity with them now. No, we're already at war. How do we accompany each other from our own respective trenches? Yes, we have different trenches. The Zapatistas say, when the uprising happened and a lot of hippies started flooding into Chiapas, they say, no, don't come here and think you're going to be in solidarity joining us here. The best way you could be in solidarity with us is to find out how power operates in your own trench, in your own location, and fight that. They speak of the multi-headed hydra, a beast with many heads. I'm reminded here of is it Nkrumah and the octopus and the tentacles. The Zapatistas use an imagery of the hydra, but they say, fight from within your own trenches, accompany us. Don't be in solidarity with us. Let's accompany each other. And if I may, I know I've been a little long here, but I want to read short few sentences here from Subcomandante Marcos. So Marcos is a complicated question. Marcos was a spokesperson of the Zapatistas. And when the government and the media in Mexico was trying to undermine the Zapatista movement, at some point there was a public spectacle in the media where they were saying, Marcos is gay. And trying as if that would undercut him as a spokesperson. Marcos's response is what I'll read from now. Yes, Marcos is gay. Marcos is gay in San Francisco, black in South Africa, an Asian in Europe, a Chicano in San Isidro, an anarchist in Spain, a Palestinian in Israel, a Mayan Indian in the streets of San Cristobal, a Jew in Germany, a Gypsy in Poland, a Mohawk in Quebec, a pacifist in Bosnia, a single woman on the metro at 10 p.m., a peasant without land, a gang member in the slums, an unemployed worker, an unhappy student. I see some of you here. And of course, a zapatista in the mountains. Marcos is all the exploited, marginalized, oppressed minorities resisting and saying enough. He is every minority who is now beginning to speak and every majority that must shut up and listen. He is every untolerated group searching for a way to speak. Everything that makes power and the good consciences of those in power uncomfortable. This is Marcos.
So, in other words, we need to accompany ourselves. Noktula needs to accompany Noktula. Parts of Noktula need to find the other parts of Noktula to accompany the godly Noktula, so that Noktula can accompany somebody else. So I think you really put that very well, and I think what you were saying, Roberto, was what Erica was saying about this hierarchy of shame, that we are all entangled in one way or the other. I'm short. Hierarchy of shame that we are all entangled in. So that now that we found this love, what are we going to do with it? We're going to keep asking questions of it. We're going to keep probing its character. And yes, perhaps we're going to embrace it in big and small ways, so that at the end of the day, we are liberated. Whatever that means to every one of us as we sit here individually. Kulua, you had your hand up at some point.
Okay. I didn't even want to ask a question. So that, yes, as you can see, I'm tense. I noticed that the mind keeps on going this way and that way. And that Owen doesn't speak. And I wonder whether that is speaking silence in itself. It has got my attention. I don't want to interpret it, but I think even in the refusal to interpret it, there is an interpretation, that's all.
Owen, are you human?
I've made several notes, but I didn't want to occupy too much space. But first of all, I wanted to say that I think these kinds of spaces, they don't really exist in Ireland at our universities. Our universities are hyper-capitalist. Ireland is a tax haven for most international US financial capital. It's transformed itself and its universities into just to feed that. And when Rich was talking about the selective rejection of coloniality, it reminded me of the construction and the fact that people are employees in these mental camps, as Rich said. Yeah. Well, I remember that Rich told me that Unisa was being built before 1994, and that the well, I mean that they were extending it, and it was way too big for the number of white students that was possible to fill it, and that he was hinting at what Kwame Nimako, the Ghanaian economic historian, thinks about the trajectories of emancipation. And it reminded me of the construction of the Irish University excluded the majority of the population from 1590 to the 1840s. Religion was used in Ireland to stratify people, Protestants at the top, Presbyterians in the middle, and Catholics at the bottom. Catholics were denied from civil rights, education, but when they were included in the 1840s, they were done so in what were called the godless colleges. So they had no opportunity to reflect on theology, on the nature of God or existence, what it means to think, philosophize. And this was just simply a response to the calls for liberation of the oppressed. They wanted to be educated. And then if you compare the number of people in the first godless college in the west of Ireland, Galway, the Queen's College, Galway, there was only 48 students in it, 48 Catholic students. Then several years later, it led to the creation of the first Catholic university. And then what was published was by Douglas Hyde, who became the first president of Ireland, was The Necessity for De-Anglicizing Ireland. But this was a paper, an essay that was a Eurocentric response to Anglicization. It said, we want to be modern. He argued that our language was important because German philologists were here studying it, even though the English weren't interested in it. We were human in the eyes of the Germans and the French who were over and studying our language. So this Catholic university just was simply meant to prepare people for bureaucratic work and Catholics for bureaucratic work. So I see a parallel there, but I also speak to what Rich said about the selective rejection of coloniality. Nowhere in this new university was there any space for Gaelic knowledge, Irish language, Irish or Gaelic philosophies, epistemologies. Instead, it was all characterized as folklore. And the impetus was to collect it, control it, document it, but never actually interact with the actual people who embody the knowledge. And then there was no anti-imperialist, anti-racist education. So completely delinked people from actually doing solidarity. And then 20 years later, the great, as they call the First World War, or as people call it, a European tribal war, as Lumumba calls it. But 40,000, or I think over 100,000 or 200,000, I think it was 200,000 Irishmen went to fight with Britain, to fight its war. And in return, Churchill said, we will grant you home rule. But while they were away, the Easter Rising happened. And all of the leaders of the Easter Rising were then executed, including an educational philosopher, Padraig MacPierce, or Patrick Pearse, who was the leader. And he advocated a delinking away from what he had described, the Anglo-centric university. Well, he didn't use that word, but he called it the murder machine. And the murder machine was basically to make people British, to make people English, to detach people from land-based knowledge that that Ireland was basically an agricultural society, and most of the Catholics that were channeled through this university were middle-class Catholics. This wasn't a university for the people by any means. But the 1917 Balfour Declaration, where Queen Elizabeth, Lizzie II, said. Or I think it might have been George, but whoever it was, they decided that they were gonna plant the Holy Land. So that began in 1917, one year after the execution of all the leaders of an anti-imperialist rebellion in Dublin. So the amount of solidarity that you see for the Palestinian people in Ireland is unmatched all across Europe. That solidarity is because our histories are totally interlinked. These declarations, the execution of our leaders, the planting of their land. So I think that when people have experienced similar strategies and exclusions, it lends themselves to becoming, to expressing their solidarity. But I think that there's a huge problem as well with the coerced performative solidarity as well. That Brother Roberto talked about there. So I think that that type of coerced solidarity you can also see in Ireland as well. But maybe I can come back to that in a little bit. But thanks very much.
Wow, okay. This is my reflection on solidarity and community. I really believe that for us as Africans to be really united once again, regardless of our tribe, regardless of our language that we speak, it is when we're going to remember the same African values that make us human. Values such as respect, values such as Ubuntu, and values such as paving the way forward for those that come after you. I'm going to talk about a news story that was doing the rounds sometime last year, November, December, towards the end of the year. So in this news story, it was of a government official who is in the Free State. It's a government official. She was exposed on the newspaper because of an uncompromising sexual scandal that she found herself in. I really wouldn't like to mention names right now, yes. So the point that I'm trying to make with this story is this woman is a grown woman. So whatever she did behind doors, I don't believe that we're supposed to judge her for that. And then now, because of the destruction of social media and Africans who have lost their values and their identities, values of Ubuntu and values of respect, we saw video clips of that woman circulating, doing the rounds, trending on social media. So now we have to think, what about the community that woman is in? What about that family that woman is coming from? Because she's a grown woman, she has kids, primary school, high school probably. They get teased by their friends at school. So that's the point that I'd like to make. That as decolonial scholars, we also need to think about other disruptions that are really working for us, that instead of solidarity, they are creating this animosity. Thanks.
I need, okay. Que horas nós começamos aqui hoje à tarde?
At what time, do you want to translate? At what time did we start here? In the afternoon? Anyone remember? At 2.
Por que eu estou perguntando isso?
Why am I asking about it?
No Brasil, a cada 15 minutos, jovem negro é assassinado.
In Brazil, every 15 minutes, a black young male is assassinated.
É muito importante esse dado. Por quê?
This data is very important. And why?
Eu nasci num país, nós nascemos num país espremidas em duas opressões dos povos originários indígenas e do povo negro que veio de África escravizado.
We were born in a country where we were very enclosure by two kinds of oppressions. The one that came from the originated people, the indigenous one, and the one from people that came from Africa, the black people.
E embora conflitos diversos acontecessem no mundo ocidental,
and even though there were diverse conflicts, all type of conflicts happening in the Western world,
e eu respeito e sou empático,
and I respect that and I empathize with it,
mas eu vejo judeus foragidos do Holocausto virem ao Brasil e reproduzirem os mesmos padrões de exclusão a qual eles foram submetidos na Alemanha.
but I see Jewish people that came from the Holocaust and started a new life in Brazil, reproducing the same patterns that they suffered there.
Italianos idem, fugidos da guerra.
The same thing with Italians.
Japoneses, idem.
and Japanese people,
Palestinos também.
and people from the Palestine.
E o que eu vejo até hoje é eu, Nayara, como jovens negras e negros, negociando o nosso pertencimento dentro daquele país.
And what I see until this day is myself and Nayara as young black women having to negotiate our belonging in Brazil.
Coincidentemente, africanos numa imigração contemporânea também.
At the same time, African people in the current migration flows they are living the same thing.
Por que eu estou falando isso?
Why am I talking about it?
Porque eu fico preocupada com certos discursos que quase quer nos colocar como se fôssemos todas iguais.
Because I'm a little bit worried about certain speeches that try to put us in the same place as we are the same.
E não somos iguais e as opressões não são as mesmas.
We are not the same and the oppressions are not the same as well.
Ela varia de acordo com o tempo e com o território.
It varies accordingly to the time and territory,
Principalmente com a cor da sua pele.
and especially with your skin color.
É importante dizer isso
It is important to say that
porque quando eu penso em solidariedade,
because when I'm thinking about solidarity,
primeiramente eu desejo do mais profundo do meu coração
the first thing that I desire deeply in my heart
que o maior holocausto deste mundo, que foi a escravidão,
that the biggest holocaust in this world that was slavery,
seja curado em nossa população.
it's healed in our people.
É necessário uma união pan-africana, sim.
We need a Pan-African Union for sure.
Isso não exclui ninguém.
And we are not excluding anyone.
Não é errado ser a seu favor.
It's not wrong to be in this favor.
Nós somos o único povo que se sente ansioso e ambivalente na hora de fazer isso acontecer.
We are the only people that feels anxious when we have to make it happen.
Chineses fizeram isso.
Chinese made that,
Árabes fizeram isso.
the Arabs as well,
Judeus fizeram isso.
Jewish,
Porque todas as vezes que a gente tenta procurar uma organização coletiva,
because why every time we try to find a collective organization,
alguém vem dizer o que podemos ou devemos ou não fazer.
someone says what we can or what we should do.
Eu aprendi a comer com um garfo e com uma faca.
I learned to eat with forks.
Para sentar na mesa dos pretos precisa de etiqueta também.
To sit in the black people's table, we also need ethics and a way to behave well.
E eu acredito profundamente
And I truly believe
que precisamos construir um território para a alternância de poder,
we need to build a territory to alternate power
oferecer a oportunidade
and offer the opportunity
que outros grupos, que grupos marginalizados como nós, povo preto,
that other marginalized groups as us, black people,
possamos tomar as decisões que vão reger as sociedades.
may take the actions and make the decisions that will guide the society.
E óbvio que eu não estou falando de qualquer pessoa preta.
And obviously, I'm not talking about any black people.
Estou falando de pessoas pretas comprometidas e organizadas e com consciência dessa longa história.
I'm talking about compromised and organized black people that have conscience about their own history.
E podemos sim fazer intercâmbios, trocas e sermos solidárias a todas a partir do momento que nós nos tivermos também.
And we can make exchange and have solidarity with everyone from the point that we have this solidarity with ourselves first.
Para concluir,
To conclude,
eu espero que todos os outros povos sejam solidários a nós. A partir disso, nós poderemos pensar como retribuir essa solidariedade, porque a memória que nós temos é do roubo.
by that, I hope that every other people have solidarity with us, because the memory that we still have is the one that was stolen from us. That's it.
I'm looking at the time. When on Sunday I happened into the session, Vuyo was on podium, and at that point when I happened in, she was talking about Umoya and how with this particular installment of the summer school, we are positioning ourselves otherwise. We are moving away from the rational being that has sought to tell us how rational it is to separate ourselves. And through this invitation, this deliberate, this intentional invitation of our spirit selves, we launched this summer school on Sunday. And when I stood up here, I said I've been asked to move from Sunday, and here we are. And bubbling in the surface are big questions that we can only hope that all of us are learning to say, can my whole self, can my unafraid self, can my authentic self, can my unwounded self please emerge along the way with the work that I will do. And that means that what Gqecha was saying yesterday, that our education system emphasizes a few pillars, but those pillars are social, cognitive, or whatever, but they are not spiritual. So when she says there's a black ethic, perhaps it is that Umoya ethic that we are really hoping that it will unveil to every one of us the questions that will then animate and respond to the questions that animate and really take center stage in our lives, that perhaps we have not even begun to come to, that we have not taken the time to confront because they make us afraid. They are frightening. So with this, we will begin perhaps to be free. The liberation, you know, that Roberto was referring to. What does it mean? And I see that tomorrow we are going to look at healing and woundedness, and how do we then become free from all the things that have made us separate from ourselves. And I think the motif, the theme of separation has really been one that has been recurring, you know, in this. And today perhaps is this hierarchy of disgrace that I think the final word, I will not think of myself as the final word. Erica's will be the final word. I'm just accompanying her, that she is now positing, and I think it's been coming, you know, to the fore in ways that have brought us here. This hierarchy of disgrace that begin with a white God in heaven who's wielding something. He's wielding, and you shall all die except these, you know, kind of thing. And the deaths, the many ways of dying. Your PLO, your one is this African child who does not know themselves, who finds joy in the nakedness of their mother. You know, and maybe your one is how do we clean up the space that you thought was clean, and maybe Prof, your one is to say, how do I bring myself as a health practitioner of the biomedical ethic into this conversation. Maybe Mbali's one is to say, as a young person, how do I insert myself into these big questions? Maybe Kitiso's one is to say, hey, Kuro, how do I say, leave me alone, you know? Kuro, you know, I love you, but I don't love you, you know, but I love you again. you know. So it's many questions that are bubbling under how do we clean up the issue of language. You know, that's a contentious one as well. And all of them, please point to this whale that Yon was talking about, Mrs. Joyce, caught up in this whale. Haven't we been whaling since Monday? We have been whaling, and hopefully through having whaled Sipodlile, and we hope to hear many voices. We hope to hear them, sometimes not in this formal setting, in the table, on the table, under the table, over the table, whatever. What is it? In the table, around the table, We can not over. We can hear about these waves, and maybe beyond the summer school, you would have found your kindred, a companion.
Thank you.
With those words, Umoya has been here. Let's ask Umoya to help us to ask not the Eurocentric questions and the Eurocentric and give Eurocentric responses in the name of Afrocentric knowledges or knowledges otherwise. And look, the time is 4. Umoya has done us good. Magic.
Just tomorrow, just wear comfortable shoes because we're going outside, and have maybe a hat because it starts getting hot very early. So have something. Be comfortable tomorrow, so that when we do that, and sunscreen, yeah. Oh, we're sitting outside tomorrow. So you see, like, let's just make everything. Make sure hair, shoes, everything. Time is the same, man. The bus. Yes. So the bus, you saw the correct bus today, right? So tomorrow, same thing. So at 8 o'clock, everyone must be here, and then we start the tour so that we can keep time. All right.